Don't forget to subscribe and activate the notification bell to get other romance audiobooks for free.
Chapter 1, Singapore. His fingers started to move. There was a sound from the patient monitor, which made the nurse look at the woman who was lying stiffly on the white bed. The nurse was seen checking the condition of the woman who had been asleep for a long time. The woman's body trembled slightly and her eyes began to open. Seeing this, the nurse immediately ran outside and called the doctor. "Doctor! Doctor!" he shouted. Several doctors and nurses at the nurse's desk immediately looked at him. "The girl is starting to wake up," said the nurse. Then several doctors and nurses ran towards the treatment room where the woman had been lying for years. The doctor examined the woman's eyes with a small flashlight and looked at her body condition through the patient monitor. Those blue eyes now began to open little by little until finally they opened completely. "Hey, welcome to the world," said the doctor quietly. The woman couldn't yet digest what happened to her. He just kept quiet and looked at the doctors and nurses surrounding him. "Where am I?" The first sentence was finally said by the woman. "You're in the hospital and you've been in a coma for 5 years. "Welcome, girl," said the doctor whose hair had turned white. "Who am I?" asked the woman again. "You don't remember who you are?" asked the doctor. "No," the woman answered. "Your name is LUNE WALLACE. You had an accident 5 years ago when you were 19 years old," answered the doctor. Then the woman named Lune shook her head. "I don't remember anything," answered Lune. "No problem, that often happens to comatose patients. Moreover, you have been in a coma for years." "I am very happy to see you regain consciousness," said the doctor smiling. "Where is my family?" Lune asked. "We have contacted them. They will arrive in a moment," answered the doctor. Lune didn't answer anything and just looked at the doctor. Lune's body condition was examined in detail, especially the vital parts of her entire body. "Your condition is improving," said the doctor. Then the doctor examined Lune's leg and hit it lightly with a tool. "You feel it?" asked the doctor. "Yes," answered Lune. "Thank God. You will find it difficult to walk at first, because your body hasn't moved for years. But with practice, you will be able to walk normally again," said the doctor. Brack, the door to the room opened loudly and 3 people appeared to enter the treatment room. "Honey," called a middle-aged woman with tears rolling down her cheeks. Then the woman approached Lune and hugged him tightly. "Oh, thank God," said the woman. The middle-aged man behind him kept crying and hugged Lune's legs, likewise with the woman who held Lune's hand. The young woman was also crying by his side. Lune was still silent because he didn't know what to do. "He doesn't remember you guys," said the doctor. The middle-aged woman let go of her hug and looked at Lune. "He is your father, mother and brother," said the doctor again. "You don't remember us, darling?" "LOUIS Wallace," asked the princess. Lune nodded. "It's okay. Maybe you need time to remember us," said LOUIS, who kissed Lune's face. "Hey, I'm your sister. My name is Lana." "It's nice to see your open blue eyes again," said Lana Wallace smiling, but her voice was shaking. "You forgot Daddy, darling? We'll start fresh." Said Anthony Wallace. "Yes, I'm sorry," said Lune finally. No. Don't apologize to us. We are the ones who apologize to you, because this accident happened because of us," replied Lord. "Honey, don't discuss this," said Anthony. Lune just nodded and her gaze was still confused. He was still digesting the new world when his eyes opened again. "London, hi, are you still busy?" asked a woman who had just entered her fiancé's office. The man who was busy with his work seemed to immediately look at the beautiful woman. Claire? Aren't we meeting outside? Said Louis. Yes, but I want to come here first, answered Claire. You don't like it? Claire asked. No, I like it, answered Louis, smiling faintly. Louis's cool attitude has always made Claire crazy about him since they met several years ago. But they only had a relationship for the last year and decided to get engaged after Thea, Louis's mommy, encouraged them to get married immediately because Louis was already 32 years old. Louis didn't actually want to get married, but he had known Claire for a long time and there was no harm in trying. Claire doesn't really care about Louis's title as a playboy because she has loved Louis for a long time. And getting Louis and taking him to a more serious level made Claire happy and proud because she would be part of the big Kingsford family. Claire is quite close to the Kingsford family because they have known them for a long time. Claire has loved Louis for a long time and has never given up hope of making Louis tied to her. Claire seemed to approach Louis and kissed him on the lips. I love you, said Claire in her soft voice. Louis just smiled faintly and then went back to his work. I'm going to finish this in a bit because there's only a little left, Louis said. Yes, no problem, said Claire smiling and sitting waiting on the sofa. 20 minutes later, Louis finished his work and they went to lunch together. Claire has a friendly and gentle attitude. That made Louis comfortable to be around. That's what made him decide to accept Claire. Claire didn't demand too much and accepted Louis's indifferent attitude. He never gets angry with Louis and always acts pleasant because he doesn't want to lose Louis. Does Louis love him? The answer is no. Louis's feelings for Claire are only affection because Claire is always kind to him. Louis is a man who has difficulty falling in love and he has had painful experiences in his past romances. So it makes it a little difficult for him to love a woman. Have you set a date for our wedding? Claire asked. Claire wants Louis to determine their wedding date because she is waiting for Louis to be ready for this. Not yet. I hope you don't mind this, answered Louis during his lunch. Claire smiled and rubbed Louis's hand. I understand, said Claire. Claire's mature attitude makes Louis comfortable and during their relationship they almost never fight. Louis, who is cool and Claire who is mature, means that the two of them rarely get into arguments. And once again that is because Claire's love for Louis is very deep. Bab 2, Singapore. 1 week later, LUNE has been allowed to go home and her family is very happy to welcome her to their luxurious home. LUNE looked around the area of the house. A house that was so foreign to him. It's okay, you'll get used to it here, darling, said Louds, who understood LUNE's thoughts. Lana held LUNE's hand and helped her walk towards the sofa. LUNE can now walk even though she still has a limp. Thank you, said LUNE. Then Lana hugged LUNE again. I miss you. I miss when we talked before going to bed. And we will start doing it again now, said Lana smiling. Said LUNE briefly. Rest, darling, said Lord. I want to tour this house, said LUNE. Okay, I'll accompany you, said Lana. LUNE smiled and stood up slowly. Aren't you going to college, Lana? LUNE asked. I've been working, Lana answered. Ah yes, I forgot that 5 years have passed, answered LUNE. Am I going to college? LUNE asked while walking. Anthony and Louds heard that. You want to go to college? Lord asked. Yeah, haven't I missed a lot of lessons for 5 years? LUNE asked. Yes, okay. Later, we will think again about whether you will continue studying or not. Wait for your condition to really improve and be healthy, darling, answered Anthony. Yes, okay, said LUNE. Then Lana took LUNE to the garden behind their house. Did we live in Singapore from the start? LUNE asked. No, Daddy moved here because of work. The work here is better than in Europe, answered Lana. LUNE just nodded, and then they sat on a park bench. I'm 24 years old now. But I don't think my personality has changed, and I'm stuck at 19 years old, said LUNE smiling. You'll be able to adjust later, Lana answered. LUNE nodded. Can I work like you, Lana? LUNE asked. Yes, of course. I will always be by your side. You will continue your studies, and I will help you as usual, answered Lana. Thank you, said LUNE smiling. Lana put her arm around LUNE's shoulder and pressed her head against LUNE. I will always look after you, LUNE. I will never leave you again, said Lana. You ever leave me? LUNE asked. Yes, I studied in America first. But now we are together and have forgotten the past, answered Lana. LUNE smiled and nodded. 6 months later, London. Louis, when are you going to marry Claire? It's been too long since your engagement. Don't play with her because she's a good woman, said Thea. Mom, I'm not playing with it. I've been very busy this year. Just ask Daddy if you don't believe me, answered Louis. But for how long? Thea asked. Until I'm not busy and have time with Claire. I don't want to disappoint her with my busy schedule. Opening a company in Asia makes me very busy, and I work alone because Gio only focuses on Europe. Answered Louis with a reasonable reason. You have lots of assistants you can trust, Louis. Looks like Mommy needs to trick you into getting married quickly, answered Thea. Mommy's trap won't work on me, said Louis, which made Thea furious. Mommy will be going abroad tomorrow. Take good care of Claire, said Thea. She's a mature woman who is quite good at taking care of herself, Mom, answered Louis. But she's still a woman, Louis. Mommy's gone, bye, said Thea and left Louis's office, huffed. Women's affairs are always troublesome, muttered Louis. Singapore, morning, said Anthony to his 3 beloved women who were now gathered at the dining table. Morning. Daddy, said LUNE smiling. You seem very happy, darling, said Anthony. Yes, he's going on his first business trip, Dad. He performed well at the company and our boss sent him to New York, answered Lana. Really? Congratulations, darling. You're really great, said Anthony. You will accompany him, right, Lana? Lourdes asked. No, Mom. He will go with Sasha. Don't worry, Sasha will look after him very well, answered Lana. Yes, Mom. Don't worry. I'm very healthy, said LUNE. Darling, but you just, no, Mom. I'm very healthy. I just have memory loss, and I'm not crazy so I can take care of myself, interrupted LUNE. Oh my. Looks like your rebellious attitude is starting to return. Darling, said Anthony. LUNE and Lana laughed at that. I like challenges, Dad. I want to get to know more places and countries. Singapore is too small for me even though I really like living here, said LUNE while taking his food. Dad, don't forbid it, said Lana as if reminding her father. Anthony nodded. When are you leaving? Lourdes asked. 2 more days, answered LUNE. How long were you there? Anthony asked. 1 month, answered LUNE. Darling, that took too long, said Lourdes. Mom, said Lana, shaking her head. Oh God, okay, replied Lourdes resignedly. Thank you, Lana, said LUNE to her sister. LUNE did not continue his studies, but instead taught himself autodidactically through books he read for 2 full months. He read many books to get to know everything, including about his current job. Lana put LUNE into the company where she worked because she believed that LUNE could compete in the world of work. LUNE has intelligence that cannot be underestimated. Loss of memory does not make her intelligence disappear, and LUNE used to be one of the best students on campus before the accident. In just 4 months, LUNE finally mastered his field of work, which centered on the import business, and he was so excited to live his new life. Men's problems? LUNE didn't think much about it because for now he was focused on his work, which made him enthusiastic about life. LUNE will be assigned to the head office in New York to better master his field of work and apply it in Singapore. She will be accompanied by Sasha, who is Lana's best friend at the office. London, so we're going to New York? Claire asked. Yes, Mommy wants us to come to the Kingsford family event there, answered Louis. Claire smiled. I'm happy if your big family has an event. They are very humble, and I feel very welcome, answered Claire. Said Louis, smiling. How long are we there? Claire asked. Just a few days, answered Louis. I'll finish my work before we leave. When do we leave? Claire asked. Tomorrow, answered Louis. Okay, said Claire, and they continued having dinner at a luxurious restaurant. Louis and Claire rarely see each other. Claire always looks for ways to keep their relationship warm and doesn't have problems with frequent lunches and dinners together like they do now. Chapter 3. Are you ready? Lana asked when she saw LUNE preparing her suitcase. Yes, said LUNE enthusiastically and smiling broadly. You seem very excited, said Lana. Yes, very much. This is my first trip abroad, Lana. Of course I'm excited, answered LUNE. I'm happy to see you happy. Be careful there, and it doesn't matter if you date some handsome men there, said Lana. Tisk, that's not what I'm looking for. I'll spend more of my time working and interacting with lots of people, answered LUNE. Okay, come on, Sasha is waiting for you, said Lana while carrying LUNE's suitcase. Yes, answered LUNE and took her bag on the bed, then suddenly his head was dizzy and ringing. Ooh. He groaned softly. Lana stopped and turned to LUNE. What's wrong? Your head hurts again? Lana asked. SSSHHH, don't be so loud. Mommy will hear and I won't be able to go, replied LUNE, holding her head. LUNE, are you sure you're okay? I'm worried about you, said Lana, holding LUNE's arm. Yes, I'm fine. The doctor said this was normal, because I hit my head hard. The doctor has given me medicine if at any time my head hurts, answered LUNE. Okay, let me know how you are every day, said Lana, hugging LUNE. Yes, I can take care of myself, Lana. Thank you for trusting me and helping convince Mommy and Daddy, answered LUNE. Said Lana, smiling. Then they both left the room and LUNE began to say goodbye to his parents. Be careful there and always keep us informed. Don't reject our phone calls, okay? Lourdes said at length. Yes, Mom. I love you, said LUNE, smiling. Then Lourdes hugged her youngest daughter tightly. Now it's my turn, said Anthony. Lourdes let go of her hug and now LUNE was hugging her father. Bye, Dad. Look after Mommy here, said LUNE. Anthony laughed softly. Take care of yourself, darling. Remember all of Mommy's messages earlier, said Anthony. Yes, I love you, Dad, answered LUNE. Said Anthony, who was still tightly hugging his daughter, who had just been given a second life. Anthony then let go of his hug and LUNE then left with Sasha. Will he be okay? Lourdes muttered. She will be fine, Mom. She is a strong woman, and she has proven it by coming back to us after 5 years have passed, said Lana. Yes, you're right, darling, answered Anthony. Let's not talk about his past before the accident happened. Those are dark memories that we will bury deeply, said Lord. What if he remembers, Mom? Because the doctor said this was just temporary amnesia due to his coma, said Lana. We will explain it and we will give him a choice. He is old enough to choose, said Anthony. Her emotions are not yet stable. She is not yet emotionally mature, Dad. She is still 19 years old even though she is trapped in a 24-year-old body. Remember that, said Lana. We will still be by his side if the bad memories come back to him, said Anthony. Said Lord. New York. Louis and Claire appear to be at the Kingsford family mansion. They will stay there while they are in New York. Are the others coming too, Louis? Asked Claire, who was now sitting on the back veranda. Not everyone. Only Vea and Rillian came from London. They arrived yesterday and are at Auntie Beau's mansion, answered Louis. Claire leaned into Louis's arms and then kissed his neck. We have a lot of time together here. Don't you want to have fun? Claire asked while rubbing Louis's face. I brought my work here and the day after tomorrow, there will be a seminar I have to attend. Answered Louis. Claire smiled even though she was still a little disappointed. Okay, then what are our activities today? Claire asked. To Aunt Beau's house. My cousins have gathered there, answered Louis, smiling. Claire looked at Louis's handsome face and kissed his lips. Thank you, said Claire. What for? Louis asked. Thank you for accepting me. We were brought together by fate, right? I love you, said Claire. Said Louis and kissed Claire back. Because of Claire's patience, Louis's feelings for Claire grow, and he hopes that he will be able to sincerely love Claire even though it is a little difficult. Claire was the perfect woman in his eyes. There was no woman who could patiently stay by his side even though previously Louis was always changing girlfriends and didn't want to have a serious relationship with anyone. Claire has been one of his best friends for a long time and they have known each other for years. New York, finally. Oh my God. I never thought I would set foot in this country, Sasha, said Lune cheerfully. Sasha laughed and put her arm around Lune's shoulder. Come on, let's go straight to the apartment, answered Sasha. Wait, aren't we supposed to go to the hotel? Lune asked. No. We will stay in my sister's apartment while in New York. The apartment is in the middle of the city, so it will make it easier for us to go anywhere, said Sasha. Your brother? We live with your brother? Lune asked while walking towards baggage claim. No, my sister is in Scotland at the moment. So we will use her apartment for the whole month, answered Sasha. Okay, that's very interesting, answered Lune smiling broadly. Lune's cheerful character makes anyone around her feel happy and content, including Sasha, who is always entertained by Lune's pleasant conversations. After taking the suitcase, they headed straight to the apartment. Lune looked enthusiastic to see the bright and never-quiet night atmosphere of New York City. I like crowds, muttered Lune. That means you like parties. Tomorrow we party, said Sasha. Tomorrow we start working, Sasha, answered Lune. After we work, we can go to a club near the apartment, said Sasha. No. Mom and Dad won't allow it, said Lune. Oh my. Enjoy our lives while we can. We will be stressed with our work piling up tomorrow. So we have to have fun, dear Lune, answered Sasha. I'll think about it later, answered Lune. Okay, Sasha answered. Half an hour later they arrived at the apartment. Sasha and LUNE immediately went upstairs and rested after a very long journey. Aya. This sofa is very comfortable, said LUNE. I'll go to the room first. Your room is over there, Sasha said, pointing towards another room. Okay, thank you, said LUNE. Then LUNE got up and walked, carrying her suitcase into the room. LUNE smiled when she saw the comfortable minimalist room. Chapter 4. The next day LUNE and Sasha prepared to go to the head office of the company where they worked. They left in a hurry because they both woke up late. This is all because of you, LUNE, said Sasha as she walked quickly towards the parking basement. What? You were the one who asked me to stay up late last night, said LUNE. Okay, let's get in quickly, said Sasha and got into her sister's car. This is your brother's car? Sasha asked. Yes, he is quite rich, because he works for the Kingsford Company. One of the leading companies in the world, answered Sasha. Wow. That's cool, said LUNE. Is he already married? LUNE asked. Not yet. She feels comfortable being single at the age of 45. She really enjoys being a career woman, answered Sasha while focusing on driving. Ooh. LUNE held her head, which suddenly felt dizzy again. Hey, are you okay? Sasha asked. Yes, I'm fine. I'm used to experiencing it, but lately, I've been experiencing it very often. Then LUNE took the medicine in her bag and drank it. I am better. Sasha asked. Yes, answered LUNE. Thank goodness. I can take you to the doctor later, said Sasha. No need. I can still endure the pain, answered LUNE. Okay, said Sasha. An hour later, they arrived at the company. LUNE and Sasha immediately went to the head of the company named Mr. Silva. Welcome. I hope you will do well while you are here. I heard that your performance is very good at the Singapore branch of the company, said Silva, whose clothes looked tight on his chubby body. Yes, sir. We will try our best here and absorb the knowledge taught at this company, answered Sasha. Tomorrow, there will be a business seminar. Take my place to attend it. And note down important information from the seminar, said Silva. Yes, sir, answered LUNE smiling. You are very beautiful. Reminds me of my daughter, Silva said to LUNE. Thank you for the compliment, answered LUNE, who was still smiling. Okay, go back to work and your place is the same as your division in Singapore, said Silva. Yes, sir. Excuse me, said Sasha. Then Sasha and LUNE came out of there. They headed to their respective workrooms. They adapted quite quickly to the employees there, even though the character of the employees there were individuals who were more focused on their work. Sasha and LUNE worked until late at night and finally came home from the company at 7 p.m. We'll eat at the restaurant first, said Sasha. Okay. Huffed. I've only been working for a day, and I'm already very tired. They are very disciplined and have absolutely no free time at all, said LUNE. Yeah, that's annoying. I don't think we'll be able to party because we're too tired after coming home from work. Maybe we can just have fun on the weekend, answered Sasha. It's up to you, said LUNE. Then they arrived at a restaurant and had dinner there. In the middle of dinner, LUNE's cell phone rang. He immediately picked it up because it was his mother's call. Hi, Mom. I miss you so much, said LUNE. I miss you too, honey. How are you? Lord asked. I'm very good and now having dinner with Sasha, answered LUNE. Are you very busy today? Lord asked. Yes, Mom. Maybe I will rarely call Mommy because I'm very busy here, answered LUNE. No problem, darling. You just text us every day, said Lord. Lune and Lord chatted with each other until Lune's food was finished. After that, they finished their conversation and hung up the phone. Then Lune and Sasha returned to the apartment. When they arrived there, they immediately went to bed because tomorrow they would attend a business seminar, which would be attended by several well-known entrepreneurs in the world. And Lune was very enthusiastic about the seminar. At least he could gain knowledge about business that he could use for his future work. Good night, Sasha, said Lune before going into her room. Good night, said Sasha. It appears that a dinner party was held at the Kingsford family residence. The entire extended Kingsford family was present. Although from Thea and Jared Kingsford's side only Louis and Vea were present, Claire seems to have blended in and knows the Kingsford family well because Thea often invites her to Kingsford family events. Louis postponed his wedding again, Thea? Beau asked as they were preparing the cake. Yeah, I don't know what she's waiting for. Do I need to make her jealous by bringing another man between them? Thea said, That's a good idea. Give it a try, Beau replied smiling. Yeah, maybe I should do that. He's the most stubborn of my other children, said Thea. What makes it so cold? Beau asked. Past love. It seems like it left a deep impression on his heart, answered Thea. Was he betrayed? Beau asked. Yes, he was abandoned. And forever. He felt guilty about that until he finally closed his heart to any woman who approached, answered Thea. Oh my God. That's a tragic love story. Thea, Beau said, yes, and Claire was the one who accompanied him all this time. Shouldn't he have moved on? Thea said, It's not that easy, Thea, Beau answered. I hope he gets over it quickly. He plays around with women too often, Beau. That's what worries me. I hope he doesn't hurt Claire, said Thea. I hope so. Claire is a good woman, replied Beau. The dinner at Kingsford's house was lively and enjoyable. They seemed to be chatting friendly with each other. Let me clean it up, Auntie, said Claire when she saw Thea cleaning up several empty glasses. Okay, darling, answered the smiling. Then Claire took the empty glass to the kitchen area. The glass Claire was carrying fell and the shards hit her hand. Louis, who saw this, immediately approached him and held his hand. Are you okay? Isn't there a servant? Louis said, a little worried seeing Claire's hand, which was bleeding from being scratched by broken glass. It's a small wound, Louis. I'm fine, answered Claire. Come on, I'll treat you, said Louis and took Claire to a seat. Are you okay? Thea asked worriedly. It's just a scratch, Auntie. It's okay, answered Claire. Louis was seen taking the medicine box and bringing it towards Claire. He started treating Claire's wounds and Claire smiled seeing that. He felt cared for by Louis even though according to people it was a normal thing. But for him it was an extraordinary thing. Next time, be careful, said Louis. Thank you, said Claire and kissed Louis's lips. Louis smiled and stroked Claire's cheek. Thea was quite happy to see the sight. At least Louis already has deep feelings for Claire, even though it's not yet complete. Chapter 5. No. "No," shouted Lune in his sleep. "Lune, wake up." "Lune." Sasha shouted and shook her shoulders slightly. Then Lune opened his eyes and his breathing sounded rapid. "Are you okay?" Sasha asked with a worried face. "Wait, I'll get you a drink," said Sasha. Then Sasha came out of the room and immediately got drinking water in the kitchen. LUNE sat down and held her head. LUNE took the medicine on her nightstand and opened it. Sasha gave LUNE a glass of water and LUNE drank the medicine. Are you okay? Sasha asked after LUNE drank the medicine. Sasha took the glass. No, said LUNE, holding her head. Should I take him to the doctor? Sasha asked. Not that, answered LUNE. So? Sasha asked. Since when do you know Lana? LUNE asked. Since 3 years ago. What's wrong? Sasha answered. That means you didn't know me before, said LUNE. What's wrong, LUNE? Maybe I can hear your story, said Sasha. LUNE hugged her knees and propped her chin on her knees. I don't know who I used to be, and that makes me tormented because I often have nightmares about the accident, answered LUNE. Didn't your family tell you about that incident? Sasha asked. No, because I didn't ask them about it. I'm sure they didn't tell me that for my good. Maybe something bad happened before that caused me to have an accident, answered LUNE, but you're curious about that, right? That's what makes you uneasy, said Sasha. Yes, I often dream of a man I don't know. Do you think this is my past? LUNE asked. Maybe. Don't you want to find out? Sasha asked. LUNE fell silent and thought, what if I was just sick? Maybe my family hid this, because I would be hurt if I remembered it, answered LUNE. Then Sasha hugged LUNE and rubbed her back. Then there's no need to try to remember it if that's what you believe, said Sasha. But that man's face was clearly visible in my dream, said LUNE. Sasha let go of her hug. You don't remember his name? Sasha asked. No, every time I want to say it, I will always forget what I wanted to say. In the past month, I have often had headaches. Do you think I will remember him again in the end? Said LUNE. Maybe. Are you ready for that? Sasha asked. I don't know, said LUNE quietly. You didn't even tell Lana this? Sasha asked. No, answered LUNE. Sasha held LUNE's hand. Do you need me to sleep with you? Sasha asked. No, I'm fine now. What time is it, Sasha? LUNE asked. 3 o'clock in the morning, answered Sasha. Okay, I can't sleep anymore. I think I'll get some snacks from the refrigerator, said LUNE. Remember, at 9 a.m. we will attend a seminar. You have to be fit, LUNE, Sasha reminded him. Yes, I know that, answered LUNE and got out of bed. LUNE and Sasha left the room and headed for the kitchen. You're right. I'm sleepy right now. I hope I don't fall asleep at the seminar later, said LUNE, who was getting ready to go to the seminar. You won't be sleepy because the seminar speaker is a handsome, rich man, answered Sasha as she opened the apartment door. LUNE and Sasha came out and headed for the elevator. TSK, we're listening to the material, not looking at the person, Sasha. Focus, said LUNE. That's a bonus for my eyes and mind, LUNE, answered Sasha. LUNE laughed a little, then they both got into the elevator. Who will be the speaker at the business seminar later? LUNE asked. There are 3 people, and among them is this handsome man. He is my brother's big boss. His name is Louis Kingsford, and he is still single, answered Sasha. Louis? That name is familiar to my ears, said LUNE. Oh my. On this earth, there are many people named Louis, LUNE. Even our office friend is named Louis, answered Sasha. LUNE laughed at that. Yes, I meant that too. Louis is our work friend in Singapore, said LUNE. Ting. The elevator doors opened and they walked towards the parking basement. They got into the car and left the parking lot. Dark clouds appeared to cover New York City this morning, and light rain could be seen. You still don't have the courage to drive a car, LUNE? Sasha asked. Yes, and it looks like I'll never be able to drive again. My subconscious is rejecting me, answered LUNE. Sasha just nodded and rubbed LUNE's arm. It's okay, said LUNE smiling. I'll go first, Louis said to Claire after they had breakfast together at the mansion. Yes, be careful, said Claire and kissed Louis on the lips. Tonight there will be an invitation to dinner held by the seminar. So we will go together. Get ready, said Louis. Okay, sir, said Claire and smiled. Bye, said Louis and left his mansion. The drizzling rain made it seem like Louis wasn't too enthusiastic about today, but he had to still attend the seminar because this was his promise to his business friend who was holding the business seminar. Huffed. Louis looked up at the black sky and exhaled. It's very busy, Sasha. I didn't expect the visitors to be this busy, said LUNE when he arrived at the seminar venue. Come on in. The event will start in 15 minutes, said Sasha. Yeah, come on, answered LUNE. Then the two of them entered the very large room. In front of the stage there were 5 people sitting on the sofas that had been provided there. He's not here yet, Sasha whispered. Who? LUNE asked. Louis Kingsford. Star of today's seminar, answered Sasha. LUNE just nodded until the seminar finally started, even though the star of the seminar had not yet arrived. Louis had just arrived at the seminar building and immediately got out of his car in front of the lobby. The assistant greeted him at the lobby door. Looks like I'm late, said Louis. Just a few minutes, sir, answered the assistant. Then Louis entered the side door of the large room. Louis seemed to be the center of attention because he walked towards his seat that had been prepared for him on the stage. Hey, he's here, whispered Sasha, and LUNE looked to the side. Her eyes were fixated on the figure of the handsome man who was now walking proudly towards the stage chairs. LUNE's chest pounded so wildly when she saw the man that she didn't even blink. It seemed that LUNE was not the only one who was fascinated by Louis, but almost all the women there were focused on Louis alone. How? He's really charming, isn't he? You didn't even blink, LUNE, said Sasha. Chapter 6. LUNE was still looking at Louis, who was now delivering his seminar on business. Sasha looked at LUNE, who really didn't blink at Louis. Sasha smiled and followed LUNE's arm so as not to get too caught up in the handsome man's charm. LUNE held Sasha's hand. Sasha, that's the man in my dream, said LUNE quietly. Yes, the same. Last night I dreamed about it too. Surely many women here dreamed about it last night too, said Sasha. LUNE was silent and still looked at Louis. Ah. LUNE groaned as her head hurt again. Hey, are you okay? I think you should go to the doctor later, LUNE, said Sasha. LUNE didn't answer and held her head, which was now getting worse. Now cold sweat was pouring down his body. LUNE, you're not feeling well, said Sasha. I'll go to the toilet first, answered LUNE and stood up from there while Louis was talking in front of the stage. LUNE climbed to the top of the exit through the middle stairs. In the middle of the stairs, his body staggered weakly until he finally fainted. Sasha, who saw this, immediately ran over to LUNE. LUNE. Sasha called and suddenly the room became noisy. Several visitors and security officers there lifted LUNE's body to take it to the clinic in the building. Then the room returned to normal and the event continued again. Louis only glanced at the incident earlier and sat back down in his seat. LUNE is now at the clinic and Sasha is waiting for her there. Then the doctor examined him and Sasha told him what LUNE had experienced previously and his history of comas. We'd better take him to the hospital, said the clinic doctor. That means I have to call an ambulance? Sasha asked. Yes, we will call him now, answered the doctor. Thank you, doctor, said Sasha. LUNE opened his eyes slowly and he looked around the room. LUNE, are you awake? Sasha asked. I'm in the hospital? LUNE asked. Yes, you fainted at the seminar, answered Sasha. LUNE held her head, which was still dizzy, and her eyes were closed due to the dizziness in her head. Good afternoon. I will examine you first, said a female doctor kindly. The doctor approached LUNE and examined him. Physically you are fine, said the doctor. LUNE didn't answer and still held her head. Does your head still hurt? Asked the doctor. I'm trying hard to remember something, said LUNE, hitting his head lightly. Hey, don't hit your head, said the doctor holding LUNE's hand. Don't force your brain because it will feel tired. Rest, said the doctor. Said LUNE, closing her eyes again. Then the doctor came out of LUNE's treatment room. Rest, LUNE, said Sasha. LUNE didn't answer and just remained silent with her eyes closed. Then Sasha rubbed LUNE's hand and faithfully accompanied her, until finally LUNE seemed to fall asleep soundly again after the medicine the nurse had given her had taken effect. It was late afternoon and LUNE was still in the hospital. You think this is good, Louis? Claire asked while showing Louis a dress. Yes, you're good at wearing anything, Louis answered, but with his eyes focused on his cell phone. You didn't see it, Louis, said Claire. Louis chuckled and looked at Claire. Yes, it's a beautiful dress. You will be even more beautiful in it, said Louis. Thank you for the compliment, said Claire, laughing softly. Okay, I'll choose this for our dinner tonight, said Claire. Then Claire took the clothes to the cashier's desk and Louis walked behind her. I'm paying, Louis said when Claire was about to take his card. Louis. You're always like that, said Claire. I will always be like that with my women, answered Louis and made Claire's face turn red. Thank you, said Claire smiling. After that the two of them returned to the mansion and prepared to go to the banquet together. Louis's parents, Thea and Jared, as well as several other Kingsford families will also go to the dinner because it also includes dinner with their business relations. The dinner will be held in a luxurious and famous hotel ballroom. LUNE woke up and immediately sat up. Sasha, who saw this, was of course shocked. What's wrong, LUNE? Sasha asked. LUNE looked at Sasha. I remember, Louis, Sasha, answered LUNE with a smile, but tears were flowing. Hey, what do you mean? Sasha asked confused. That man. He is my Louis. He is the man I loved first. He is my lover, Sasha, answered LUNE and removed the 4 in his hand. LUNE, wait. You can't do this, said Sasha. I have to see him. He waited too long for me, Sasha, answered LUNE and got out of bed. LUNE, are you sure about this? Asked Sasha, still in disbelief. Yes, you think I'm crazy? He was my lover before my accident. That's all I remember. My beautiful memories of him are deeply etched in my brain right now. That's because I saw him earlier, said LUNE, walking quickly out of the room. LUNE, wait, said Sasha holding LUNE's hand. I have to meet him. Sasha. How about going later? We're going to the seminar again now, answered LUNE. LUNE, it's late, answered Sasha. He's famous, isn't he? So we can ask someone from the event organizers about Louis, said LUNE enthusiastically. LUNE, said Sasha. Sasha, please. Help me. He is my life and death. We love and die, and he must be happy to see me. Help me, Sasha. I can't live without him because now I remember him. I want to meet him immediately and hug him, said LUNE. Okay, come on, answered Sasha. Thank you, Sasha, said LUNE, and then they left the hospital after Sasha took care of the hospital administration. Mr. Louis Kingsford? So you guys are looking for him? Asked the woman who was none other than the seminar committee member. Yes, can you give me the address where he lives? Said LUNE. Sorry, I don't know because it's confidential information and not everyone can know about his personal life, even we don't know, answered the woman. How do I meet him? LUNE asked. He is currently having a business dinner, including several speakers from the seminar, answered the woman. Where? Tell me quickly, said LUNE impatiently. LUNE, calm down, Sasha said. At the Plaza New York Hotel, the woman answered. Then LUNE immediately turned around and ran towards the lobby door again. Thank you, said Sasha to the middle-aged woman. Sasha ran after LUNE and headed to her car. Chapter 7. Louis was seen dancing with Claire at the dinner after Claire persuaded Louis to dance together. They make a great couple, Beau said to Thea, who was sitting next to him. Beau is the wife of River Kingsford, Jared Kingsford's cousin, Louis's father. I hope Louis opens his heart that Claire is the right woman for him. He waited years just for Louis. Isn't that true love? Thea said. Beau just nodded and enjoyed his dinner. I'm glad we can dance tonight. You're very difficult to dance with like this, said Claire, wrapping her arms around Louis's neck. Louis smiled and hugged Claire. They moved to the rhythm of the slow, romantic music. A few minutes later, they sat back to their seats at the same table as Louis's parents and other Kingston relatives. I'll just get off here, said LUNE, because the road ahead was jammed. LUNE, it's raining outside, Sasha said. It's okay. It's quite late and I'm afraid Louis will leave there. There's only 50 meters left. I'll run there, said LUNE and opened the car door. LUNE. LUNE. Wait, shouted Sasha. LUNE finally came out and ran towards the hotel. LUNE even took off her high heels to go to the hotel, which was less than 50 meters away. Wait for me, Louis. Sorry for leaving you for too long and forgetting about you, LUNE muttered as he ran, until finally LUNE arrived at the luxury hotel lobby. The security guard prevented LUNE from entering. I want to meet someone. Please let me in, said LUNE pleadingly. Your clothes are wet, answered the man. I'll change inside because my friend is waiting there, said LUNE. You can hold my identity card if you want, said LUNE, taking out his identity card. Okay, the man finally answered after checking LUNE's business card. Ah yes, where is the ballroom? LUNE asked. My friend is waiting out front, continued LUNE. There, answered the security guard, pointing towards the ballroom door. Thank you, said LUNE and walked quickly towards the ballroom barefoot. His clothes were a little wet and it made his body tremble a little because it was cold. Her hair was wet but her green eyes seemed to shine because she was about to meet Louis. Check. LUNE opened the door and saw many people getting up from their chairs. LUNE was a little worried because that meant dinner was over. LUNE is looking for Louis, and he knows Louis very well from any distance and sighed, until finally he looked at Louis who had just gotten up from his chair. Her smile widened and she stepped quickly towards the man. Honey, called LUNE loudly and ran a little. Honey. LUNE called again until Louis finally saw her because he really knew the voice calling her. Louis froze in place and so did all his family including Claire when LUNE hugged him. Hey, sorry. I left you for too long? I'm so sorry. I love you. I love you so much, past, present and forever, said LUNE against Louis's neck. Louis was still stunned and couldn't say anything because he was really shocked by what happened. Thea, who was about to approach him, was held back by Jared. Jared shook his head. LUNE let go of his hug and cupped Louis's cheek. "I miss you." "I miss you so much," said LUNE, who then kissed Louis on the lips. Claire clenched her fists seeing that, but she seemed frozen in place and couldn't voice her protest. "Hey, why are you silent? Are you angry with me because I left you for too long?" "I'm sorry. From now on I will never leave you again," said LUNE, kissing Louis's lips again. Then Louis hugged LUNE's body tightly and took a sip of LUNE's fragrance which he missed so much. Then LUNE's eyes looked at Claire, who was behind Louis. "Claire, you're here too?" asked LUNE, who then approached Claire and hugged her old friend. "I miss you, Claire." "Sorry, I forgot about you for too long," said LUNE and held her hand. Then the smile on LUNE's face disappeared when he saw the ring on Claire's ring finger. Then LUNE returned to Louis and saw Louis's hand, which was wearing the same ring as Claire. "No, that's impossible, right? You guys betrayed me," said LUNE in a trembling voice. "You've been gone too long, LUNE." "The world is turning and will continue even without you," said Claire finally. Plaque, LUNE slapped Claire hard on the cheek. "Stop. It's not his fault." Louis finally uttered his voice. "You betrayed me? Oh God. I can't believe. I hate you." LUNE shouted hysterically and started crying. Her body was shaking because of the heartache she felt and also because of the cold caused by her wet body. "Baby," said Louis and approached LUNE. "My lover is having a relationship with my best friend? My life is really sad," whispered LUNE in a choked voice as she hit her chest, which felt very painful. LUNE took a step back. Louis stepped towards LUNE and LUNE ran out. "Louis, wait!" Claire shouted when she saw Louis chasing LUNE. This made them a spectacle for the guests invited to the dinner. A truly tragic love triangle drama. LUNE called Sasha, who saw her running towards the lobby door. Louis chased him and Sasha caught his body when LUNE fell unconscious again. "LUNE," shouted Sasha. Louis knelt next to LUNE and lifted her body. "Take him to the hospital," said Sasha. "Who are you?" Louis asked and took LUNE to his car. "I'm his friend and he just pulled out the 4 and ran away from the hospital," answered Sasha. Louis put LUNE's body in his car and Sasha got in too. "So you guys are really related?" "I thought he was delirious and hallucinating, so I did whatever he wanted to meet you," said Sasha, who was sitting in the back while holding LUNE's head. "What happened to him?" Louis asked as he drove his car to the hospital. "What do you mean? You don't know what happened to him? Where have you been all this time?" said Sasha. "I don't understand what you mean." "I only heard the news of his death almost 6 years ago," answered Louis. "What? That news is terrible." "Yes, he did experience temporary death, because he was in a coma for 5 years and only just woke up 6 months ago without remembering anyone, including his family," answered Sasha explaining. Louis was silent and now his brain was full again with LUNE, the woman he once loved so much that their relationship was very deep and intense. Sasha rubbed LUNE's cheek, which was already very cold. "Hurry up, his body is very cold. His body is still unstable and unhealthy," said Sasha, a little worried. Louis increased the speed of his car until he finally arrived at the hospital. Chapter 8. Louis laid LUNE's body on the hospital emergency room bed. He even waited there for LUNE and didn't want to come out even though the doctor told him to come out. The doctor is seen examining him now. His body is weak and his clothes are wet. So far he is doing well. Tomorrow a specialist doctor will check the condition of his aching head, the doctor explained to Louis. Take off his clothes. He's cold, the doctor said to the nurse. I'll change his clothes, said Louis. Our nurse will do it, sir, answered the doctor. There's a male nurse and you too. Come out, I'll change his clothes, said Louis insistently. Okay, replied the doctor, giving in and telling the nurse to give Louis a hospital gown. After everyone was out, Louis started to undress LUNE. His hand stopped for a moment, before finally continuing to unbutton LUNE's shirt. Louis knew the curves of LUNE's body very well until now, but this still made him a little clumsy when he wanted to open LUNE's clothes because it had been too long since he had seen her. Louis opened LUNE's shirt and he saw stitch marks on LUNE's white stomach. He felt the scar lines that were no longer very visible. Ahem, how can I help you? Sasha asked from behind Louis. No. I just want to be alone with LUNE. Please, come out, answered Louis without looking at Sasha. Okay, said Sasha and the woman left. Sasha didn't tell LUNE's family about this incident and let LUNE himself tell her later. Louis continued his activities of undressing LUNE and changing her into dry clothes from the hospital. Louis did it quickly because LUNE's body was very cold. Louis gently stroked LUNE's cheek and stared closely at her beautiful face, which now looked pale. Sorry. I was stupid for believing that news too much, Louis muttered in a whisper. What happened to you 5 years ago? Louis whispered. Not long after, the doctor came back and had prepared a treatment room for LUNE. Go, I'll wait here, Louis said to Sasha. No, I can't leave him because his family entrusted him to me, answered Sasha. Louis climbed onto the bed and hugged LUNE's body. The figure he had missed for years was now in his arms. The doctor gave him a sedative to make LUNE calmer in his sleep. Why did LUNE run away from you earlier? Sasha asked in the silent room. He saw me with my fiancé, answered Louis. What? Oh my. I can't imagine how broken his heart is, said Sasha. I was wrong, answered Louis quietly. Then who will you choose? Sasha asked. I really love LUNE, answered Louis. Can you leave your fiancé? Sasha asked when she saw the doubt on Louis's face. Louis didn't answer anything and looked at LUNE's face, who was fast asleep. She's still beautiful, whispered Louis. Tell me about him all this time, said Louis. 4 months ago he worked at the same company as me. With Lana too. We lived in Singapore, said Sasha, starting her story. Lana once told me that they had moved to different countries until they finally treated LUNE in Singapore. Uncle Anthony didn't give up trying to treat LUNE and hoped that LUNE would open her eyes even though she had to look for treatment elsewhere, and the possibility of LUNE waking up was very small, continued Sasha. But I only know that the cause of LUNE's accident was because of a car accident and it made LUNE close her eyes for years, said Sasha. How could I not know this? This is very strange. LUNE's parents sent a message to me that LUNE was dead and was buried in her grandmother's country. After that I didn't know any more news about her, because LUNE's family left London. Answered Louis quietly. Your love story is so tragic. There must be a reason why Uncle Anthony didn't tell you about LUNE's true condition. Logically speaking, maybe LUNE's life expectancy is very small, and Uncle chose to tell you that so you could move on with your life. But I think God has other plans, he said. Sasha, Louis played with LUNE's hair which hung down on her forehead. Then Louise kissed LUNE's beautiful face who was fast asleep, and Sasha saw the great love in Louis's eyes when he looked at LUNE. Earlier we went to the seminar you attended. LUNE still doesn't remember you. He looked at you until he didn't even blink. Then suddenly his head started to feel dizzy and ringing. And he fainted in the middle of the stairs. You must know about that incident, said Sasha. Louis looked at Sasha. So the one who fainted earlier was LUNE? Louis said, yes, I think meeting you was his destiny. If he hadn't met you, maybe LUNE still wouldn't remember you, answered Sasha. Fate played such funny tricks on us, said Louis quietly. Claire seemed to be crying and Thea was now hugging her. He will definitely choose LUNE, Auntie. I'm devastated, said Claire, sobbing. Thea didn't answer anything and rubbed Claire's back. Help me persuade Louis, Auntie. Help me. I will die if Louis leaves me. LUNE definitely wants to destroy our relationship because he appeared when we were about to get married. Where has he been all this time? Why did he just leave Louis like that? Why did he come back at random after I healed the wound in Louis's heart? Claire said frustrated, Auntie, answer me. What should I do to make Louis not leave me? Claire said sadly and looked pathetic. Claire, we can't force someone's heart even though Louis is our son, said Jared finally. Even if you get married, there will always be LUNE among you. Will you accept that? Jared continued, Uncle agrees with Louis's choice? Claire asked with tears in her eyes. We haven't met Louis and haven't heard his decision, said Thea. How can LUNE reappear after news of her death 5 years ago? Doesn't Daddy want to look into this? This is a very odd case in my opinion, said Vea, who had just come out of her room. The three of them looked at Vea. Yes, Daddy will investigate this, because Daddy didn't investigate it before. You know your brother, right? He's quite closed and stubborn, so he doesn't want anyone to get into his problems, answered Jared. LUNE's parents announced LUNE's death themselves, so this is all their fault, said Claire. I was the one who accompanied Louis when he was down, so I know what happened. If anyone is to blame, then LUNE's parents should be responsible. They hid this fact, continued Claire. I'll keep looking into this, Jared said. Thea just nodded. Then what about my relationship with Louis? Should I give up? Claire asked with a panicked face. We're going to investigate LUNE, Claire. Don't worry, okay? We also want Louis to be with you, but we have to act fairly, said Thea. Claire closed her eyes and cried again. Chapter 9. Hey, Louis whispered softly when he saw LUNE's eyes blink slowly. LUNE saw Louis's face and started crying again. SSSHHH. I'm sorry, Louis said softly and hugged LUNE's body. You betrayed me, said LUNE sadly. Her body was shaking because she couldn't stop crying. No, I never betrayed you. I always loved you, answered Louis. You are mine. You are only mine. You can't be with Claire, said LUNE possessively and tightly hugged Louis's body, who was beside her. They just hugged each other and didn't say anything else because they wanted to let go of their longing even though they were in a hospital bed. The clock still showed 2 in the morning. Louis was still gently stroking LUNE's head. Their thoughts are the same, remembering their love story which started 6 years ago. 6 years ago, LUNE. Don't play there. Jenna shouted, LUNE's friend. That's a public field, Jenna. Why should we be afraid of them, said LUNE, who was carrying a basketball in his right hand. LUNE. We'd better play somewhere else, okay? Jenna said, we're already here, so why should we move? If necessary, we can play with them, said LUNE, and saw many tall, handsome men on the basketball court. LUNE. Oh God, he's so stubborn, muttered Jenna, who was still following LUNE behind her. LUNE sat on the sidelines with Jenna. And their presence certainly makes them the center of attention there. We're still playing. Look for another field, said one of the men, we'll wait. The field over there is damaged because there are lots of holes in the floor, answered LUNE. Hey, come join in, one of the other men shouted at LUNE and Jenna. I'll stop, said the man who according to LUNE was the most prominent among the other men. This will be more exciting, Louis, said his friend, calling the man not to leave the field. I don't like competing with unbalanced opponents, Leo, answered Louis. Wait, are you insulting me? LUNE said, not accepting it. Louis didn't look at LUNE and drank water from his bottle. Even though the man didn't answer, LUNE knew that Louis was mocking him by not responding at all. Fight with me if you dare. I will prove that I am a worthy opponent, said LUNE. Louis, come on, said another friend, look for someone else. I'm going home, answered Louis, picking up his bag and walking away. Because he didn't like Louis's arrogant attitude, LUNE threw the ball he was holding earlier. Bugs. The basketball hit Louis's back, causing the man to stop walking. Then Louis turned around and looked at LUNE without expression. Unlike men in general who usually melt with LUNE's beauty, what's your problem with me? Louis asked, walking slowly towards LUNE. LUNE, let's go, said Jenna, pulling LUNE's hand. Then LUNE stepped back and turned to leave. Then he turned again to Louis and stuck out his tongue. Louis remained expressionless, and several of his friends appeared to be laughing. Who is that girl? Louis asked. She's LUNE. My neighbor, answered one of Louis's friends named Ren. So his house is near here? Leo asked. Yes, I'm chasing her sister, but unfortunately her sister is still in America, answered Ren. Then I will go after my little brother, said Leo, smiling. I'm home, Louis said finally. We're going to compete on Wednesday, Louis. You're coming, aren't you? Leo asked. I have a lot of work at the company. I'm just managing the company, so I don't have much free time, answered Louis. Okay, let me know if you can come, said Ren. Bye, said Louis, and left there towards his sports car. Hey, my basketball is still there, LUNE said when they were a little far from the court. You can buy it again later, said Jenna, who was still pulling LUNE's hand. No way, it was a gift from Daddy, answered LUNE and let go of Jenna's hand. LUNE. This girl is very stubborn, said Jenna irritably. LUNE ran back towards the field, and at the same time Louis's car turned next to the building, causing LUNE, who suddenly appeared there, to be hit. CIAITTTT. Broke, shit. Louis cursed softly. Louis immediately got out of his car and saw that LUNE's feet were bleeding from falling on the rough asphalt. Do you have no eyes? Louis snapped with an angry face. Hey. Why are you angry? You turned without sounding your horn, said LUNE while groaning in pain. This is a public road and I don't need to honk, answered Louis. LUNE. Jenna shouted, running towards him with a panicked face. Are you okay? Asked Jenna, holding LUNE's arm. I'm okay. Help me stand up, because that arrogant man doesn't want to take responsibility, LUNE said sarcastically at Louis, who was still standing in front of his car. Then Louis stepped up and carried LUNE. Hey, put me down, said LUNE. I will take you to the doctor even though I'm really reluctant to do so, said Louis coldly. You have to pay compensation too, said LUNE. What? This is your fault and you're still asking for compensation? Louis said and put LUNE in his car. Jenna, get me my basketball, okay? Please, said LUNE pleadingly. Okay, hurry home because Uncle will be looking for you, said Jenna. Yes, thank you, said LUNE. Then Louis closed the car door and walked towards the steering wheel on the right. Not long after, Louis drove his car to the nearest hospital. LUNE looked at Louis's haunted face. Even so, LUNE couldn't deny the charm of his good looks. I'm LUNE, sorry about the problem earlier, said LUNE, finally starting the conversation. Louis didn't answer and remained focused on driving. Tisk. LUNE chuckled and pouted because she felt ignored by Louis. Then LUNE looked at the wound. It looks like this will leave a scar. I'm asking for compensation for my skincare later, said LUNE. Louis remained silent and did not answer. An annoying man, LUNE muttered in a whisper. You too, Louis finally answered. You'll see. I'll make you fall in love with me, and then I'll kick you out onto the street, thought LUNE angrily. Upon arrival at the hospital, Louis carried LUNE back to the emergency room. LUNE was immediately treated by doctors and nurses. Luckily, he only had a scratch and the wound wasn't too deep. After his leg was bandaged, LUNE was still on the bed. Louis then came in after completing LUNE's medical administration. Where is your house? I'll take you home, said Louis. I'll just take a taxi. Take me to the front, answered LUNE. Why? Louis asked. Because you will be badly beaten by my father, answered LUNE. Chapter 10. Still 6 years ago, I can walk, said LUNE when Louis was about to carry her. Then LUNE got up from the bed, helped by Louis. LUNE started to walk with a slight limp and very slowly. This made Louis, who was beside him, impatient. Until finally Louis picked up LUNE and brought him forward. Hey, I can walk alone, said LUNE. You're like a snail and I still have a lot of business to do. I'm not just taking care of you, answered Louis curtly. Oh God. Why are you so cynical at me? Put me down and I'll walk out myself. But before you leave, give me compensation money, said LUNE. Louis didn't listen to LUNE's words and continued walking out of the hospital. Louis's wide steps made them finally arrive at the car park. Louis put LUNE down and put her in the car. Didn't I say I'd just take a taxi? LUNE said, Can you be quiet? You're very talkative, answered Louis, who didn't like noisy people. SSSSHHH. I want to beat you up. You're really annoying, Mr. Grumpy, said LUNE. And you too, Miss Talkative, said Louis. You curt man. LUNE replied, You noisy girl. Louis answered, which made LUNE even more annoyed and angry. Then Louis closed the car door and he also got into the car. Then Louis took LUNE to his housing complex, which was not too far away. What number is your house? Louis asked. 10, LUNE answered briefly and didn't look at Louis at all. Then Louis directed his car towards house number 10. Namely LUNE's house. Then LUNE opened the car door when he arrived in front of his house. Here, said Louis, handing LUNE a wad of money. LUNE turned his head and his eyes immediately lit up when he saw this. Then LUNE took the money and smiled sweetly at Louis. Thank you, kind grumpy mister, said LUNE and immediately got out of the car. Bye, I hope we never meet again, said LUNE while kissing the money. LUNE walked with normal steps towards his house and Louis saw this. He tricked me. His legs are fine, muttered Louis, who immediately honked his horn. Hearing the sound of the horn made LUNE turn around, stick out his tongue again and run into his house. Louis could only shake his head at LUNE's stupid behavior. LUNE taunted him by jumping up and down happily as if his legs were perfectly healthy. Yes, I hope we never meet again, little girl, muttered Louis. Louis drove his car back and returned to his penthouse. LUNE entered the house quietly so that her mother wouldn't see her enter. LUNE put the money in his trouser pocket and now headed towards the bedroom. LUNE, Jenna came here earlier, said Lord with her arms folded in front of her chest and her eyes sharp. LUNE turned around and smiled broadly. I just fell, and this is a normal injury, Mom. Look, I don't feel any pain at all, said LUNE while jumping up and down. Get some rest and wear your trousers to dinner so Daddy won't see them, said Lord. Okay, Mom. I love you, said LUNE and went into her room. Then LUNE locked his room and took money from his trouser pocket. Whoa. This is a lot. What can I buy with this money? LUNE muttered with sparkling eyes and thinking. I'll just buy clothes and diving equipment, muttered LUNE with a smile. Then he put the money in his bag and then lay down on his soft bed. LUNE WALLACE comes from a fairly well-to-do family with her father's job being financial director at a large company. Even so, LUNE's father, Anthony Wallace, never pampered LUNE with luxurious facilities. In fact, LUNE only bought a used car that was old enough to take him to college. Even so, the indifferent LUNE never had a problem with this. Her tomboyish appearance is always protested by her older sister, Lana Wallace, whose character is the complete opposite of LUNE, but her clothes, which tend to be ordinary and simple, do not make her beauty fade. He remains an idol on campus because of his cheerful nature and being friendly to everyone. LUNE, shouted a woman behind LUNE. LUNE turned his head and saw Claire, his best friend, running from the campus gate. Hey, you just arrived? Asked LUNE while drinking her apple juice from the bottle. Yes, Lana is coming home. Is that true? Claire asked. Yes, next week it's Daddy's birthday, so he'll be home, answered LUNE as he walked slowly beside Claire. Claire is actually Lana's friend. But since Lana studied in America, Claire finally became close to LUNE and they often spent time together. You guys going to celebrate at the beach resort again? Claire asked. I don't know, it depends on Daddy. Daddy has been very busy lately, answered LUNE. LUNE saw Jenna in front of her and ran towards her friend. HAP. LUNE jumped on Jenna's back and made Jenna fall forward. LUUUNNNEEE. Jenna shouted. Claire, who was behind him, seemed to laugh at the behavior of her two friends. LUNE laughed and climbed onto Jenna's stomach when Jenna turned around. Hey, what are you reporting to Mommy? LUNE asked. LUNE, my clothes will get dirty. The grass is wet. Oh my God. You're so annoying, said Jenna irritably. LUNE laughed and then stood up and took Jenna's hand. Tisk. Jenna sked and pouted. You're even uglier like that, said LUNE. Hey, I'm going to college first. We'll meet in the cafeteria later, okay? Claire said. Okay, Princess Claire, said Jenna. Claire waved her hand at Jenna and LUNE. How can she wear such a short skirt to campus? TSK, 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 said Jenna. LUNE laughed. She and Lana are the same. They really are campus queens who want to always appear perfect and gentle, said LUNE while demonstrating Claire's way of walking, which was truly feminine and full of gentleness. You. That's disgusting, LUNE. You're completely unsuitable. But why do so many men like you? Jenna said. I'm limited edition, and I don't need to look like that, because I want to find a man who loves me for who I am. Oh, when will that happen? LUNE replied. which was greeted with laughter by Jenna. LUNE smacked Jenna's head, and they were still joking as they headed to their lecture hall. BRAK, LUNE hit a man who had just turned around from behind the Senate building. Wow. LUNE shouted as her body almost fell backwards, but her hand was pulled by the person who hit her. Then their eyes met each other. You, they said in unison. Hey, weren't you the basketball girl from yesterday? Asked Leo, who was standing behind Louis. LUNE didn't answer, and her eyes were still looking intently at Louis. Chapter 11. Still 6 years ago. LUNE, let's go. We're already late, said Jenna, pulling LUNE's hand. Then LUNE turned around and left Louis. So he studied here? Leo muttered. Come on, I'll have a meeting after this, said Louis. Okay, thanks for the help, Louis, said Leo. Louis helps Leo's younger brother, whose studies are having problems. Until finally Louis used his connections to help with Leo's younger brother's problems. I won't help anymore if he causes a second problem, Leo. Tell him that, said Louis. Okay, said Leo. Don't forget our basketball match in a few days, continued Lion. I can't promise I'll come, answered Louis. Okay, said Leo. Then they left campus and went to their respective companies. A few days later, LUNE prepared to take part in a basketball competition with his campus team. Good luck, honey, said Lord. Good luck, LUNE. I'll go there with Claire later, said Lana. Okay, bye, answered LUNE and left there after kissing her mother and sister. LUNE started the car, and it wouldn't start at all. LUNE cursed under his breath and got out of his car. Tintin, LUNE saw Jenna's car in front of the road. Hey! Thank God, said LUNE and ran towards Jenna's car. You're my savior, said LUNE, who immediately got into Jenna's car. Yes, I know that. I told you to just throw away your car. How dare Uncle Anthony give you a dilapidated car like that, said Jenna. LUNE just laughed softly. Yes, later I will steal the car, answered LUNE. Good idea, said Jenna. Then LUNE turned on the music loudly in the car and sang with Jenna to the tune of the song he had set. Jenna opened the roof of her car, and this made them the center of attention because they were singing nonchalantly. Louis drove his car with Ren after picking up one of his best friends. Louis took the time to take part in a public basketball game with his friends from college. At the red light, Ren looked at LUNE, who was next to Louis's car. Ren laughed seeing LUNE and opened the car window. Louis also looked at LUNE, who seemed engrossed in singing with Jenna. LUNE. Ren called and made LUNE turn to her and stop her singing. Ren? What's wrong? LUNE asked and looked at Louis too. Lana will come to the field? Ren asked. Yes, get ready to spread your charm, said LUNE. Help me, said Ren. If your team loses, then I will help you, answered LUNE and made Louis glare at him. Don't hope, said Louis. And when the green light came on, Louis immediately continued his journey, and so did Jenna. He's going to compete, said LUNE. Yes, he's an alumnus of our campus, LUNE. His name is Louis Kingsford. It's better not to have anything to do with him, answered Jenna. He's really arrogant, said LUNE. But he's handsome and hot, Jenna answered. Yes, I have to admit that, said LUNE, and they laughed together. Arriving at the match venue, LUNE and Jenna entered the sports center arena. The first match will be played by the LUNE team first. LUNE. Lana shouted from the audience. LUNE waved his hand at Lana while taking off his jacket. LUNE, your leg doesn't hurt anymore? Jenna asked. No, I'm very healthy, answered LUNE. Yesterday you complained you were still sick, Jenna said. Now it's fine, said LUNE. jumping up and down and taking his basketball to warm up and put the ball into the ring. From across, Louis saw LUNE and his eyes were glued to the tomboyish figure. "She's hot, right?" Leo said beside Louis. Louis didn't answer anything and looked away. The atmosphere at a basketball match will always be busy with spectators. Especially female spectators who want to see tall, handsome men competing. "Lana, look over there," said Claire, pointing at one of the basketball players. "Louis? Are you still expecting it?" Lana asked. "Yes," Claire answered. "Come on, he's been out of campus for a long time and you're still chasing him but never talk to him at all. Just look for someone else." "He seems so untouchable," replied Lana. "I'm just waiting for the right time to meet him, Lana. I'm still afraid that he will ignore me." "He's very cold," said Claire. "He has become a CEO, and that means your opportunities will be fewer, especially since he doesn't know you. Besides, your competition will increase, because many will be targeting Mr. Louis Kingsford, who is very rich," answered Lana. "TSK, can you support me?" Claire replied. "You don't make sense, Claire. How could he like you if you were just his secret admirer?" "That's very stupid," replied Lana. "Whatever." "Hey look, Ren is looking at you. He's getting more handsome and still seems to be loyal to chasing you," said Claire. "Yeah, he's just getting more handsome." "Should I accept it?" said Lana. "I think you should accept him because he is quite rare. Handsome and rich, but still loyally waiting for you," answered Claire. "I'll think about it," said Lana. The match has started and is already in the third round. Team LUNE is 2 points lower than the opposing team. His sweat was dripping and his face looked serious when he passed the ball to Jenna. Then Jenna put the ball into the ring and the score was equal. Louis was still observing LUNE from his chair. Yes, for some reason those eyes couldn't move from LUNE. PRIITTT. The whistle sounded when a foul occurred and made LUNE fall. LUNE cursed because his opponent kicked his sore leg. "Hey, are you cursing me?" said the girl who made LUNE fall. "No," answered LUNE, who then got up. Then the game continued. Now LUNE's eyes were really focused on the girl who knocked him down earlier. "Die you!" LUNE thought as he took the basketball from the girl and hit her shoulder. The girl fell down and cursed. Then LUNE threw the ball in the last minute from the wing line area, and the ball went in. "Yes," LUNE said when he scored 3 points. "The whistle blows, and it will go into the fourth round." LUNE passed the girl who hit him earlier. "I will repay you," said the girl sarcastically. "I'm waiting," said LUNE with a smirk. LUNE went to her seat and drank the water. "LUNE, you rest first." "Let's change players," said the coach. "What? I'm the main player and can't just be replaced. Besides, I'm the top scorer in this match," protested LUNE. "Look at your feet," said the coach. LUNE looked at his leg, which seemed to be bleeding again through the bandage. "Shit!" LUNE cursed in annoyance. Chapter 12. I don't want to be replaced. Period. Angry LUNE. "What if your leg is injured and next week we will compete again?" said the coach. "My leg will be better next week," answered LUNE stubbornly. "I decide." "And you can't protest," answered the middle-aged man. "LUNE, what coach said is right. I think you really need to rest." "Don't be stubborn," said Jenna. Tisk, annoyed LUNE, and he looked at the girl who tripped him earlier. "I'll answer him later," said LUNE angrily. "You already replied earlier," Jenna answered. "That's just encouragement." "At least he should bleed," said LUNE. "LUNE, never mind," said Jenna. Then LUNE sat down and could only surrender. Then his eyes met Louis's eyes, and that annoyed him even more. Louis looked expressionless, but the look in his eyes was very annoying and annoyed LUNE. LUNE stood up and headed towards Louis during the break. "Why are you looking at me?" "Labrak LUNE, I have eyes," answered Louis nonchalantly. "You want to cause trouble with me?" asked LUNE, who seemed to be venting her frustration at Louis. Louis looked at him and smiled smirkily. "Absolutely not. I really avoid you because you seem very careless and a troublemaker," answered Louis. LUNE stepped on Louis's shoes, and this made Louis pull his hand until LUNE fell on Louis's lap. "You're embarrassing yourself, Miss Careless." "It seems like your nickname is getting worse," said Louis near LUNE's ear. LUNE immediately stood up and left in front of Louis with an angry face. He took his bag and left from there. LUNE knows Louis. "Lana? Why are they talking to each other?" Claire asked. "I don't know. It seems like they know each other," answered Lana. "Can I ask him to help introduce me to Louis?" said Claire. "But they seem hostile." "That can be seen from LUNE's gaze," Lana answered and got up from her chair. "I'll catch up with LUNE first," said Lana. "Yes, I still want to be here because Louis hasn't competed yet," answered Claire. "Okay, bye," said Lana. Lana then followed LUNE towards the exit. "What's wrong, Louis?" Leo asked. "That girl is always looking for trouble with me," answered Louis. "Don't hate him too much because who knows, you might end up crazy about him," said Ren. Louis didn't answer and started to take off his clothes. His team will start competing after LUNE's team finishes its last round. And at the end of the game, LUNE's team lost by only 2 points. "LUNE, call Lana." LUNE kept walking and didn't stop. "LUNE, call Lana again." Lana ran and grabbed LUNE's hand. "What is it?" Lana asked. "It's my bad day," LUNE answered and turned to leave. "Because Louis?" Lana asked. LUNE stopped and turned to Lana. "You know him?" "That annoying guy?" said LUNE. "No, I only know from Claire." "Are you friends?" Lana asked. "Yes, we love each other so much that we often fight," said LUNE randomly and turned to leave. "Hey! Are you serious?" Lana shouted. "Yes, we even made love on the basketball court and also in his sports car," answered LUNE carelessly in an annoyed tone. "LUNE, don't joke around. Daddy will burn you if you get involved in promiscuity." Lana shouted at LUNE, who had already walked far away. LUNE just shrugged his shoulders and left the sports center arena. "You crazy girl," muttered Lana while shaking her head. Chapter 13. Lana turned back to enter the competition arena. He saw Claire at the entrance. "Claire," said Lana, "so they are dating?" Claire asked stunned. "Claire, you know how LUNE is, right? What she says is often random and a little crazy," said Lana. "What if it's true?" Claire asked with a disappointed face. "Come on, Daddy will kill him if that's true," said Lana. "You know what about my daddy, right? LUNE wouldn't dare do that even though he's a bit of a bar," Lana continued. Claire remained silent. "You can ask Louis directly if you don't believe it," said Lana. "You forgot your jacket," Claire said and handed Lana her jacket. "Thank you. I really wanted to take this earlier." "Claire, don't take LUNE's absurd words to heart, okay?" said Lana. Claire smiled and nodded. Then Claire went back inside to watch another basketball game because Louis was currently playing. An hour later, Louis was seen coming out of the gym with his friends. After that they separated in the car park and Louis went to his car. "Louis," called Claire. Louis turned his head and looked at Claire. "I know you?" Louis asked. I am Claire." I've liked watching your matches since you were still studying here, Claire answered, daring herself to get to know Louis. So? Louis said flatly, You know LUNE? Claire asked because she wanted clarity on LUNE's random words earlier. LUNE's words rang in his mind and disturbed him. What's that got to do with you? Louis asked. No, my brother and I are friends, and he comes from a pretty strict family. His brother said that LUNE once said that you and LUNE had made love on the basketball court and in the car. Is that true? Don't misunderstand my question. LUNE's family is very old-fashioned, and her sister is afraid that LUNE will get involved in a promiscuous relationship, because that could make her father very angry, said Claire at length. Louis frowned because he was quite speechless about what LUNE said to his brother. The man was still silent and seemed to think for a moment. Okay, I'll trap you in your own game. Little girl, thought Louis with a smirk. Yes, that's right. Tell her brother that we have sex very often, and we do it wherever we want. Ah yes, we also did it in the campus bathroom. Our relationship is at the hot level, Louis answered, then turned around and got into his car. Claire gulped. Her body froze when she heard Louis's clear and vulgar words. Louis drove his car and left there. Meanwhile, Claire could only stare at the departure of the man she adored. He didn't expect LUNE and Louis's relationship to be this deep, and he didn't know it at all. Louis didn't even look at her at all, and his gaze was so cold towards Claire. Even though Claire had dressed up so beautifully and sweetly, in the hope that Louis would be attracted to her when he first saw her. I lost to LUNE? I lost to that tomboyish girl? What does this mean? Why did you do this, LUNE? Why did you steal the man of my dreams? I really love Louis, and you took him from me so easily, muttered Claire, who was now sitting weakly, because she heard that statement from Louis's mouth. Chapter 14. You can't play basketball until your leg is completely healed. You have to really rest for at least a month. Anthony gave his ultimatum to his youngest son, who was quite stubborn. Dad, this is just a small wound, and I have to take part in the match in 3 days, answered LUNE, who was still stubborn. No. That's an order from Daddy that you can't disobey. If you disobey it, then you can't play basketball again, said Anthony. Dad. Why is Daddy like that to me? Daddy never forbade Lana, but why does he always forbid me? Said LUNE. Daddy's treatment of you is the same, and what Daddy orders you to do is solely for your own good, said Anthony. No, it's not the same because Daddy allowed Lana to study in America, but I wasn't allowed. Said LUNE. LUNE. Anthony shouted, which made LUNE turn around and leave his house. LUNE. Anthony shouted again, and Lord held his hand when Anthony wanted to follow LUNE out. Never mind, soon the anger will be over. It's only temporary as usual, said Lord calmingly. He dares to argue and shout at me now, said Anthony, who was still emotional. His young soul is in turmoil. Understand him. Only we can understand him, answered Lord. LUNE took his basketball on the porch and walked out of his yard. He walked towards the basketball court near his housing complex, which was actually quite far away, but because of that feeling, he didn't really care about the pain in his legs. Cloudy weather appeared in the sky and drizzle began to fall on the earth. LUNE still walked to the basketball court, because that was the only way he could express his emotions. Upon arrival, LUNE immediately played basketball alone. The rain started to look heavy, and LUNE didn't care about that. He continued playing without caring that his body was already soaking wet and the wounds on his feet were starting to sting. Yes, For Daddy only Lana is the best. She excels and always makes Daddy proud. I've never had anything compared to her, muttered LUNE while crying. Actually, LUNE really loves her sister. But LUNE saw Anthony's treatment of his two daughters as unfair. Even so, he never hated Lana and still thought that his parents really loved him, even though there was a little doubt in his heart. Louis, who had just taken Ren to his house, looked at LUNE, who was playing basketball in the rain. Louis's car passed through the field and he tried not to stop, but his foot hit the brake. Why would I stop? Louis muttered. Tisk. Louis chuckled and looked at LUNE finally. The man honked his horn and LUNE turned to him. Then LUNE went back to playing basketball again and ignored him. Arfk. Why can't I go? It sucks, Louis growled to himself. Then Louis took the umbrella from behind and got out of his car. The man came to LUNE and LUNE took the ball. What's wrong? You're lost and want to find your way home, asked LUNE, who was always annoying. It's raining. Why are you here? Said Louis. Hey, that's up to me. You're not my father, said LUNE. Ah yes, you underestimated me at that time, didn't you? What if we compete now? One-on-one, said LUNE and threw away Louis's umbrella, making the man wet in the rain. Chapter 15. Then Louis took off his shirt and threw it to the side of the field. He didn't say anything and immediately snatched the ball from LUNE's hand and put it into the ring. Clear your eyes, said Louis. LUNE was momentarily distracted because she was transfixed by Louis's athletic body. Then LUNE tried to take the ball from Louis. The different body heights made it difficult for LUNE to take the ball because Louis always lifted the ball up. Hey, you cheated, said LUNE. No, I didn't even move. Look at my feet, said Louis, which made LUNE even more overwhelmed. Then LUNE hit Louis's shoulder, but it was LUNE who bounced away. I'm not like your opponent yesterday, said Louis with a smirk and scored again by putting the ball into the ring. You're no match for me at all, little girl, said Louis and handed the ball into LUNE's hands. LUNE looked sharply at Louis. And Louis approached him until LUNE looked up at his handsome face, which was now wet. Then Louis said something near LUNE's ear. Are you spreading rumors that we made love on the basketball court and in my car? What if we did it now? Said Louis, which made LUNE widen his eyes. LUNE immediately turned around and took the basketball and left from there. Hey. I'm serious. That's an activity more fun than basketball. Louis shouted, laughing when he saw LUNE running away. Then Louis got into his car even though his body was soaking wet due to LUNE's actions. Just running, LUNE then turned back towards Louis and knocked on Louis's car window. Louis also opened his car window. What's wrong? You want to make love to me? Louis asked. Tisk, chuckled LUNE. Can I ask you a favor? Take me to Jenna's house, said LUNE. You think I'm your driver? Louis replied, Hey, please. I'm angry at my father. Jenna's house is only a few minutes from here. Please, said LUNE pleadingly, her body already shaking. Come up, Louis finally answered. Then LUNE got into the car even though her clothes were wet. LUNE was shaking with cold and Louis gave her dry clothes. Louis also wore spare clothes that he always carried in the car. Then LUNE took off her clothes in front of Louis. Don't look at me, said LUNE when Louis was about to look at him. But Louis actually looked at LUNE and his face remained flat. Hey, said LUNE, covering her chest area which was still covered in a bra. Aren't you afraid if I suddenly do something perverted to you? Louis asked. No, you don't seem interested in women. Are you gay? asked LUNE while putting on Louis's shirt and opening her bra by putting her hand inside the shirt. You can prove it, said Louis, who then started the car engine. What do you mean? LUNE asked and threw her wet bra into the back seat without Louis noticing. Fight with me in bed, Louis answered. I'm still 18 years old. Don't talk dirty to me, said LUNE. You are already considered an adult, answered Louis. LUNE didn't answer and just looked out the window. That's the house, said LUNE pointing to Jenna's house. Then Louis stopped in front of Jenna's yard. Why isn't Jenna's car there? LUNE muttered. It's Sunday, maybe he's out, answered Louis. I didn't bring my cell phone. Can I borrow your cell phone? LUNE asked. Then Louis gave his cell phone to LUNE. The girl also called Jenna, whose cell phone number was already stuck in her brain. Chapter 16. Jenna, where are you? LUNE asked. I'm on holiday with my family. What's wrong? Jenna said. Tisk, okay bye, said LUNE and hung up the phone. Then LUNE called Claire. Claire, where are you? I want to go to your house, asked LUNE. I'm busy, Claire answered. You've been strange these few days. What's wrong? Is there a problem? LUNE asked. No, I'm really busy this week, Claire answered. Hey, did you throw your bra in the back seat? Louis said suddenly, and Claire heard this. Louis, shut up. LUNE whispered. You with Louis, LUNE? Claire asked. Yes. Okay, bye, said LUNE and closed his cell phone. What are you doing? What if he complains about me to Lana? Then Lana complains about me to Daddy, said LUNE, annoyed. None of my business, Louis answered and handed LUNE her bra. LUNE took her black bra and threw it back. I'm just leaving it for a moment. I'll take it back later, said LUNE. Then where should I take you now? Hurry up. I can't stand my wet pants, said Louis. Take me to your house, answered LUNE lightly. No, said Louis, please. After this I won't bother you anymore and won't appear in front of you again, said LUNE with a pitiful face. Your parents will accuse me of kidnapping you, said Louis. I won't, answered LUNE. Okay, this is what you want, said Louis and finally drove his car towards his penthouse. Upon arrival at the penthouse, LUNE and Louis immediately entered Louis's penthouse unit. Who do you live with? LUNE asked. Alone, answered Louis. LUNE headed to a room, but Louis held her hand. That's my room. You're there, said Louis, pointing to another room. Then LUNE immediately ran into the room. LUNE went into the bathroom and took off all her clothes. LUNE bathed under a warm shower and it made her comfortable. Ooh, groaned LUNE when she saw that the wound looked open because the bandage had almost come off. Then LUNE finished her shower session and put on her towel. LUNE then went out and looked for clean clothes in the cupboard. He wore whatever clothes were there, and LUNE is wearing a black crewneck shirt and it looks really big on her slim body. LUNE then came out and saw Louis in the living room leaning on the sofa while looking at the television. Louis, do you have a medicine box? LUNE asked. Louis turned his head and saw LUNE. What is it? Louis asked. Then LUNE sat next to Louis and showed him the condition of his leg. The wound was bleeding again. Your wound hasn't healed yet? Louis asked. Not yet, answered LUNE. You definitely didn't listen to the doctor's advice, said Louis. Louis then stood up and took his medicine box. Not long after, Louis sat back on the sofa and lifted LUNE's left leg up to his thigh. TSK, TSK, TSK. I gave you money, but didn't treat the wound at all, said Louis. I'm too busy studying and basketball. answered LUNE. Louis began to treat LUNE's wounds and put the bandages back on. LUNE looked at Louis's handsome face while Louis was treating his wound. "You're good too," said LUNE. Louis turned to LUNE and didn't answer anything. "So how long are you going to be here?" Louis asked. "Until evening." "I'm too lazy to go home," answered LUNE, who then lay down on the sofa, but with her legs still on Louis's thighs. Chapter 17. How old are you, Louis? LUNE asked. 25 years, almost 26 years, answered Louis. "Really? You don't look that old," said LUNE. 26 years is not old, answered Louis, who did not move LUNE's leg over his thigh. Then they looked at each other. And LUNE looked away because she felt her chest pounding when she looked at Louis's sharp eyes for too long. "You're an alumni of my campus too, right?" asked LUNE, who was now trying to be friends with Louis and stop their hostility. "Yes," answered Louis and lowered LUNE's leg, which was on his thigh. Then the man stood up and put the medicine box back in its place. LUNE sat up and watched Louis's movements. Louis walked towards the kitchen, which was visible from the living room. "Hey, I'm hungry," said LUNE matter-of-factly. Louis didn't answer and appeared to be opening his refrigerator. LUNE got up and walked towards the kitchen too. "You want to cook? You can cook? Well, that's really great," said LUNE when he saw Louis take out meat and some vegetables from the refrigerator. "I like living alone and don't like having servants here," answered Louis. "What are you going to cook?" asked LUNE, who was now standing next to Louis. "Move away, you're bothering me," said Louis. "It's a shame I didn't bring my cell phone. It would be funny if I could record you cooking and share it on my social media accounts," said LUNE, who then sat on the large marble table in the middle of the kitchen. Then LUNE took a banana on the table and ate it to fill his empty stomach. LUNE just watched Louis cook and it amused her eyes because Louis was wearing his clothes and only wearing training pants. Louis's back looks very sexy and LUNE's naughty eyes can't be separated from it. "Do you have a boyfriend, Louis?" LUNE asked. While chewing her banana, Louis didn't answer. He rarely answers things he considers unimportant. Throughout the cooking, Louis rarely spoke and LUNE now stood beside him even though Louis pushed her away several times. "This looks delicious," said LUNE looking at the baked potatoes on the table. LUNE took a piece of the potato and Louis lightly hit the back of his hand. "Can you be patient for a moment?" Louis said, chuckling. "Yes, chef," answered LUNE obediently but with pursed lips. Not long after, the food was ready and Louis just made steak and several complimentary dishes. LUNE brought the plates to the dining table and finally ate together with Louis. This is very delicious." "You have talent as a chef," said LUNE while chewing. Said LUNE, "Shut up and eat." "Don't talk too much," answered Louis. LUNE nodded and ate the food with gusto. Half an hour later, they finished their lunch and returned to the living room. Rain was still pouring down on the city, and that made Louis light the fireplace to warm the room. Louis went into his room and took his sweater. He also took one training and gave it to LUNE. "Put it on," said Louis. "Thank you." "You're very sweet," answered LUNE and immediately put on Louis's pants in front of him. "Wait, are you wearing my underwear?" Louis asked when he caught a glimpse of this. "Yes, this is enough for me because my hips are wide. There's no way I wouldn't wear underwear, right?" "Seriously," answered LUNE casually and sat back on the sofa. Louis just shook his head at the antics of the girl in front of him. Chapter 18. You don't have a game, Louis? "Some kind of PlayStation?" asked LUNE, who was starting to get bored waiting for nightfall because Louis seemed busy with his laptop since earlier. "No, That's a waste of time, answered Louis. I'm bored. Your life is boring. There's no karaoke here. There's no games. There's nothing fun here, said LUNE, lying down on the sofa. Louis didn't answer anything and remained focused on his work. Then LUNE got up from the sofa and circled around Louis's luxurious penthouse. LUNE looked at the photo of Louis's family hanging on the wall. Your family seems very big, said LUNE. It definitely feels good. I'm alone with Lana. I want to have a younger brother first. But Mommy doesn't grant it. I prefer hanging out with boys, but Daddy strictly forbids that. Sometimes being friends with girls is very boring, except for Jenna. She's the same class. With me, LUNE said at length, even though Louis probably didn't hear him. Women have too much drama, and I don't like that. For example, Claire. I don't know why she's been quiet about me these past few days. It's confusing. By the way, you're my first male friend. Daddy watches me on campus and always knows who I'm friends with. I hope Claire is the one with the bucket mouth and told Daddy about you, continued LUNE while looking at the photo on the wall. You will be kicked out of the house if your daddy finds out? Louis finally asked. Maybe. But I got money from you yesterday. So I'm going to run away and rent a cheap and small apartment, answered LUNE. Louis laughed at the ridiculous idea. You really are still a child. Your body is like an adult, but you are very childish, said Louis. I don't care. Laugh. I don't have a problem with that, answered LUNE nonchalantly. Ah yes, don't be awkward with me. Just pretend I'm a boy if you're more comfortable like that, said LUNE. Oh God, you are a little crazy, answered Louis. Insult me all you want. I'm used to hearing that because there's nothing good about me, said LUNE. I didn't insult you, said Louis. LUNE didn't answer and took the photo album on the bookshelf. Who kept this photo album? LUNE asked. Mommy, answered Louis. LUNE sat on the floor and started opening the albums one by one. There are lots of men in your family, and all of them are handsome, LUNE muttered as she flipped through the photo album. Louis just kept quiet and then continued his work. Half an hour later, Louis saw LUNE sleeping on the carpet with the photo album still open. This girl is really barbaric. Yes, she is fit to be born as a man, Louis muttered and took a blanket and covered LUNE's body so she wouldn't get cold. Night was approaching. Even though the sky was still not too dark, LUNE woke up after sleeping for a long time. And he didn't realize that. He sat up and saw that Louis was not in the room. His head started to feel dizzy, and his body felt like he had a fever. LUNE held her forehead and felt the heat. Then the woman went to the kitchen and got water. LUNE drank a lot of water because she felt her throat was very dry. After that, LUNE circled the penthouse and couldn't find Louis at all. Until finally LUNE decided to go home alone because it was already late. LUNE wrote something on paper and stuck it on Louis's refrigerator magnet. Then he walked out of the penthouse. Chapter 19. LUNE went home by taxi. When he got home, LUNE got out of the taxi and took the taxi money inside. Check. LUNE opened the door, and there was her mother in the living room. Mom, please pay for the taxi in advance, said LUNE and went straight up to her room. LUNE, where have you been? Daddy has been looking for you until now, said Lord. Please pay for the taxi, Mom, LUNE said again and closed the door to her room. Lord immediately paid for the taxi and then headed to LUNE's room. Lord entered LUNE's room and saw LUNE sleeping under her thick blanket. The woman held LUNE's forehead and felt the heat on LUNE's skin. "You have a fever, darling," said Lord. Replied LUNE. "Mommy will take dinner first," said Lord. Lord went back downstairs and then saw Anthony, who had just arrived. "LUNE's gone home, she's hot," said Lord. "What? He's in the room?" Anthony asked. "Yes, I'll get food and medicine for him," answered Lord. Anthony went to LUNE's room to see his youngest daughter. "Check, where have you been?" Anthony asked, but LUNE didn't answer, because his body was shivering. "LUNE, call Anthony again. You know Daddy's been looking like crazy for you? And all your friends don't know where you were," Anthony snapped. "Honey, he's sick." "Don't touch him," said Lord, who had just entered. "Why aren't you like your brother, who always obeys and doesn't cause trouble?" Anthony said sharply and seemed to not care about LUNE's current condition because he was too emotional. LUNE took a pillow and covered her ears. "LUNE!" Anthony shouted, "Come out. Please." Lord snapped at Anthony. Then Anthony came out of LUNE's room, his emotions still high. Lord then told LUNE to eat dinner first before taking the medicine. 3 days passed and LUNE had recovered. He carried out his activities as usual, namely studying. LUNE finally followed his father's orders not to play basketball until his leg healed. LUNE walked from the campus gate slowly. "Hey, are you feeling better?" asked Claire, who had just arrived. Replied LUNE. "Tonight there will be a party for my class. Do you want to come to represent Lana?" Claire asked. "What party?" LUNE asked. "Young people's party as usual," answered Claire. "Okay," said LUNE, smiling and embracing Claire's shoulder. "I missed you," said LUNE and kissed Claire's cheek. "Me too," replied Claire, smiling. "Thank you for not telling Daddy about Louis," said LUNE. Said Claire, nodding. Jenna was seen from afar and ran over to LUNE. "I miss you," said Jenna, hugging LUNE. "I miss you too," answered LUNE. "I'm going to class first." "I have morning lectures," said Claire. "Yes, thank you, Claire," answered LUNE. Then LUNE and Jenna went into class too. "Tonight there will be a party for Lana and Claire's class. I'll go." "Come with me," said LUNE. "I can't. I have to accompany my grandmother to the hospital," answered Jenna. "Okay," said LUNE. "You better not go there, LUNE," said Jenna. "I already know Lana's circle of friends, so it's no problem for me," answered LUNE. "Just be careful," Jenna said. Said LUNE, nodding. Chapter 20. Mom, Claire invited me to Lana's friend's party tonight. "No problem, right?" asked LUNE when he had just returned from campus. "Yes, but don't come home too late," answered Lord. "Thank you, Mom," said LUNE. "I'll just stay at Claire's house later," said LUNE. "Yes," answered Lord. "Anthony is not at home today because he has been out of town since yesterday due to work." That evening, Claire picked up LUNE because they were going to use Claire's car. LUNE's car broke down and he hasn't been able to use his car for a week. "What is this?" "Change your clothes," said Claire when she saw LUNE wearing her daily clothes, which were just training pants and a sweater. "I'm more comfortable like this," said LUNE. "No, you have to change. This isn't a basketball party, LUNE. Let's go to Lana's room. There are lots of beautiful clothes there," said Claire, pulling LUNE up again and into Lana's room. LUNE also followed Claire, and only for this one night. "Is it dance night?" "This dress is really disgusting," said LUNE and turned her body in front of the mirror. "You are very beautiful and there will definitely be lots of men's eyes looking at you. And you can choose the man you like," Claire answered. "Yeah, Then I'll poke their eyes out, said LUNE. Are you really related to Louis, LUNE? Claire asked again. No, we were just playing around, answered LUNE. You didn't make love to him? Claire whispered so that she couldn't be heard from outside. Why do you want to know? Do you like him? LUNE asked. And no, I'm just curious, answered Claire. Do you think we ever made love? Said LUNE. Claire just shrugged her shoulders. I'll tell you something. He has a perfect body and several tattoos. Yes, I'm a little tempted by him, but I think it's beyond me. He's very cold, said LUNE. Claire just nodded and smiled. What about your bra? Claire asked. LUNE laughed at that. I just remembered. I left my bra in the car until now, answered LUNE with an answer that was not very clear to Claire. Let's go, said LUNE. Come on, Claire answered, and they left LUNE's house. The party was quite sparkling. They looked neat. Thank goodness I didn't have the wrong costume, said LUNE. Thank me, said Claire. Thank you, my girl, said LUNE and kissed Claire's cheek. LUNE already considers Claire like her own sister because they have been friends for years. LUNE took the drink brought by the waiter at the party. Hey, Claire, a man called. Hey, Claire said and kissed the man's cheek. LUNE, I'll stay for a moment, said Claire. LUNE nodded and walked towards the party. LUNE? Called a man behind LUNE, which made LUNE turn around. Thomas? Hey, it's been a long time since we saw each other, said LUNE, and Thomas hugged him. Thomas was Lana's ex-boyfriend at school, and their relationship is quite good until now. It's just that Thomas is now also studying abroad, and they never see each other again. You look more mature and very beautiful. Shall we dance? Invite Thomas. Why not? Said LUNE, smiling and putting her drink glass on the table nearby. Then they danced to fast music and enjoy this party together. Chapter 21. Claire looked at Louis, who seemed to have just entered the party. Is Louis here? Claire asked her friend who was sitting next to her. Yeah, he's Vea's older brother. Did you forget? Said his friend. Vea is often in America, so maybe Louis represents her, answered another friend. Then Claire stood up and headed towards Louis. Hi, said Claire. Louis frowned. I know you? Louis asked. He forgot me? Claire thought disappointedly. I'm Claire, answered Claire. Claire, said Louis, trying to remember. I'm LUNE's friend, said Claire again. Ah yes, I remember now. You were with LUNE? Louis asked. Yes, she's dancing over there, Claire answered, pointing at LUNE. Louis saw an attractive-looking LUNE dancing with a man. Then Louis looked at Claire and handed her something. This is from Vea for some of you. I don't remember all the names in there. Please share. I just want to give you this, said Louis. Don't you drink first and enjoy this party? Asked Claire, smiling. No, I don't really like this kind of atmosphere, said Louis. Me too. But I appreciate this invitation, replied Claire in her soft voice, which was slightly closer to Louis's ear, because of the loud music. LUNE seemed to be taking his drink back and chatting with Thomas. LUNE even didn't see Louis there. Louis looked back at LUNE, who was now clearly visible. LUNE wears a colored dress. Black, which is quite short, especially on the chest. Her hair flowed beautifully, unlike usual, which was always tied or coiled. I'll go home first, Louis said to Claire and turned to leave. Louis, wait, Claire called. What is it? Louis asked. There's a cafe opposite. Maybe you want to go there because it's too noisy here, said Claire. No, I'll go straight home, answered Louis and walked out towards the door. At that moment, LUNE looked at Louis. Louis, shouted LUNE and ran over to Louis. Louis didn't hear and kept walking. Louis, shouted LUNE again, and this time Louis turned his head. Louis saw LUNE approaching him. What is it? Louis asked. Are you here too? LUNE asked. Yeah, just giving something from my sister to her friend, answered Louis. You're going home? LUNE asked. Yes, answered Louis. Are you cured? Louis asked. Yes, thank you, replied LUNE, who seemed to be blinking her eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Louis asked. I don't know. I suddenly felt dizzy. Is it because of the lights here? Said LUNE now, holding Louis's arm. Hey, are you okay? Louis asked, and the glass that LUNE was holding fell and broke. Louis immediately hugged LUNE when LUNE's body suddenly went limp and unconscious. What is it? Asked Claire, who approached LUNE and Louis. I don't know either, answered Louis, who then carried LUNE. I know his house. So I'll take him straight there, said Louis. Don't, because that will be problematic later. Just lift it into my car, said Claire. Claire, you can't leave before this party ends, said Claire's friend beside her. Chapter 22. Upon arrival at the clinic, Louis carried LUNE to the emergency room. Then the doctor started examining him and Louis waited beside him. What's wrong with him? Louis asked. Did he just drink? Asked the doctor. Yeah, apparently. I saw him holding a drink earlier. What's wrong? Louis asked. Return. It looks like someone gave him medicine in his drink, said the doctor. What? Louis answered with a frown. We will just give him 4 fluids and wait for him to regain consciousness. Myself, said the doctor. Okay. How long will he be like this? Louis asked. It could take up to 7 or 8 hours because he drank it with alcohol, answered the doctor. Move him to the treatment room. Said Louis. Okay, you can go to the administration room first, answered the doctor. Okay, answered Louis and got out of there. LUNE blinked slowly and finally opened them completely. Are you awake? Asked Louis, who hadn't slept at all since last night. LUNE looked around and realized he was in the hospital. What's wrong with me? I fainted earlier. Am I still sick? LUNE asked slowly and innocently. You're really stupid, said Louis with a cold face. Hey, are you calling me stupid? LUNE answered and sat up, but still felt her head dizzy, then lay his head back on the pillow. Yes, you're stupid. You drank alcohol mixed with drugs until you fainted, Louis answered. How is that possible? Who did it? LUNE asked. How would I know? You were dancing with some men earlier, said Louis. What? I'm just dancing with Thomas, answered LUNE, still holding her head. Think about what if I hadn't come earlier, said Louis. LUNE thought for a bit and closed his mouth. Oh my God. That means someone did this to me on purpose, said LUNE, surprised. Yes, and do you know what the worst thing is? You could be raped, answered Louis. LUNE widened his eyes and shook his head. Next time use your brain, said Louis as if judging LUNE. LUNE was just silent and couldn't refute Louis's words because she realized that he was very wrong about this. And Louis is his helper. Thank you, said LUNE quietly. You're awake. We're going home now, said Louis. I can't go home, said LUNE. Then? You're going to my house again? Louis asked. LUNE nodded slowly and her face looked like a kitten wanting to be petted. It's always a hassle, said Louis. Come on, hurry up, said Louis, slightly snarling. Can you not yell at me, said LUNE, who sat up and then stood up, next to the bed. Then Louis faced him and took off his coat. He put a coat on LUNE because the clothes were really open. You're like a nightclub employee, said Louis. This is Lana's clothes and Lana is shorter than me, said LUNE. Then Louis took LUNE's hand. Wait, where are my shoes? LUNE asked. In my car. Even your bra and clothes are still in my car, answered Louis. Instantly LUNE's face turned red, because several of the nurses heard Louis's words. There, your voice is very loud, said LUNE in a whisper and kept walking. LUNE walked a little on tiptoe, because the hospital floor was quite cold. Louis saw this and then knelt down. Climb on my back, said Louis. Do you mind? LUNE asked. Hurry. I'm so sleepy because of you, answered Louis, and finally LUNE climbed in Louis's back. Thank you, whispered LUNE in Louis's ear. Chapter 23. Arriving at the penthouse, LUNE headed to the guest room she had entered yesterday. Good night, LUNE said to Louis, and the man didn't answer. Louis immediately went into the room and rested, likewise with LUNE. LUNE took off his clothes and changed into Louis's clothes. It's in the cupboard. Then LUNE sent a message to Claire that she was at Louis's house and not to come. His family knows. After that, LUNE went to the bathroom and didn't go back to sleep because she was gone, sleepy again due to sleeping too long in the hospital. As morning approached, LUNE came out of her room and saw Louis standing in front of her. Microwave. Good morning, said LUNE. As usual. Louis didn't answer and seemed to be waiting for the food to come. In the microwave. I'm going home. Thank you. Oh yes, I'll borrow your clothes again. I'll return them later, everything. And don't worry, this time I'm not wearing your underwear, he said. LUNE. Then LUNE walked away because Louis didn't talk to her. Sit down, let's have breakfast together, said Louis suddenly and made LUNE stop. The steps. Okay, said LUNE and sat down at the minimalist dining table. Not long after, Louis took his food out of the microwave. You made this? LUNE asked. No, I bought it yesterday and just heated up, answered Louis. LUNE just nodded and started eating the delicious food. Ah! Hot, he shouted when the food came to his mouth. This just came out of the microwave, so of course it's hot, said Louis. Louis gave LUNE his water. Then LUNE immediately drank it. Thank you, said LUNE. You look a little polite now, said Louis. Yes, because you are my savior. So I will be polite to you, answered LUNE, smiling sweetly, even though his tongue looked uncomfortable due to the hot food. Then LUNE went back to eating her food after blowing on it first. After a few minutes, they finished eating. LUNE drank the water again and, his tongue still tasted bad. Louis appeared to be taking something from the refrigerator and then headed towards LUNE. Open your mouth, said Louis. What for? LUNE asked. Your tongue is uncomfortable, isn't it? This ice cube will make it a little better, said Louis. LUNE opened her mouth and Louis put in a small ice cube. Without realizing it, LUNE's tongue and lips touched Louis's fingers and they were glued to each other. Looking, sorry, said LUNE. Louis then went to the dining table and cleaned up the dirty plates. I'm going home, said LUNE. I'll take you, said Louis. Okay, LUNE answered a little softly and smiled. After that, they left the penthouse. Just get off here, said LUNE when Louis's car arrived at the intersection. Your house is still far away, said Louis. It's okay, I can walk. Oh yes, thanks for everything, said LUNE. Then LUNE opened the car door and then turned back to look at Louis. LUNE kissed Louis's cheek. Thank you. I like you because you're the sweetest guy I've ever met, said LUNE, smiled then got out of the car. Louis looked at LUNE, who was now in front of him and waved to him. Thank you, shouted LUNE, smiling beautifully, and then ran towards her house because he will be leaving for college soon. Chapter 24. A few days later, LUNE went to Louis's penthouse to return his clothes. LUNE rang the bell repeatedly, but no one opened the door. Until, finally, LUNE pressed the pin on the door. Because she had been there twice, LUNE knew the penthouse pin number by heart. Is it okay if I come in? Yes, I'll just put this on and then go home, LUNE muttered and opened the door. Louis. Yoo-hoo. Louis, call LUNE to the owner of the penthouse. There was no answer and LUNE put the clothes there. Because it was quite late, LUNE finally came out of there. When he was about to open the door appeared to be open from the outside. Louis saw LUNE standing in front of him. You came into my penthouse? Louis asked. I just want to return your clothes, answered LUNE. Are you okay? You look pale, said LUNE when she saw Louis's pale lips. Yes, go, said Louis, and walked past LUNE. LUNE followed behind and held his hand. Then LUNE touched her forehead and it felt hot. You have a fever, said LUNE. Yes, go because I want to rest, answered Louis. I will take care of you. You have helped me many times, so now it's my turn. Reply, said LUNE. No need. I prefer to be alone, said Louis. I insist, said LUNE. It's up to you, answered Louis, who didn't want to argue. Then Louis went to his room and took off his jacket. LUNE followed Louis behind him and Louis turned around. Especially? Louis asked. What should I do? Asked LUNE innocently. Oh God. Go away, I'll get even more dizzy if you're here, said Louis. Where's your medicine? I'll get it, said LUNE finally. In the kitchen drawer, answered Louis. Okay, I'll take it, said LUNE enthusiastically. Then LUNE walked into the kitchen and opened a drawer. There were a lot of drugs there, and he was confused about the drugs. What should Louis drink? Then LUNE took his cell phone and looked up the drug on the internet. After getting the medicine, LUNE immediately got water and then went back to Louis's room. LUNE saw Louis lying on the bed and then sitting on the edge of the bed. Here, drink it, said LUNE. Louis opened his eyes and sat up and drank the medicine LUNE gave him. After that, Louis went back to sleep. Do you need food or anything before I get home? LUNE asked again, slowly. No, answered Louis. Okay, I'll go home. I hope you get well soon, said LUNE softly. LUNE rubbed the back of Louis's hand. Bye, good night, he whispered and got out of bed. Thank you, said Louis. LUNE smiled and approached Louis and kissed his forehead, which still felt hot. Then he left Louis's room. The man opened his eyes when LUNE closed the bedroom door very quietly. LUNE went home by taxi because once again her car broke down on the side of the road, and that really annoyed him. Do I have to use my roller skates again? TSK, come on. Annoyed LUNE and grumbling in the taxi the entire journey. When he arrived home, LUNE saw his father waiting for him in the dining room. Where have you been? Anthony asked. Returning my friend's clothes. And my car broke down again in the middle of the road. It's better to throw it away, just that car, Dad. It's really useless, answered LUNE. Yes, Daddy will buy a new one later, answered Anthony. Thank you, Dad, said LUNE, smiling sweetly, and he will be a sweet child until now. The new car arrives. Chapter 25. After college, LUNE immediately left campus. LUNE. Where are you going? Asked Jenna, who passed by in the car when LUNE stood up. Intercept a taxi. I'm going to Louis's house. Can you take me? LUNE asked. Yes, of course. Come on, Jenna answered. Lune got into Jenna's car and Jenna drove the car back. You guys are related? Jenna asked. We are friends, and last night he was sick. So I want to see how he is now, answered Lune. You like it? Jenna asked. Lune nodded and smiled. Yes, I know my hopes are small, but at least I have to try instead of not being the same, once, right? Said Lune. You're beautiful, fun and kind. So I think Louis will be lucky to have you. He said. Jenna encouraged Lune. Thank you. You are the best, answered Lune, who then kissed Jenna's cheek. Do you think I should be more feminine? Lune asked. No, be yourself, because it will strengthen a relationship. No need, pretend to be someone other than you, answered Jenna, giving her words of wisdom. Hey, since when were you this mature? Lune said. Life lesson, said Jen, laughing softly. Lune laughed too and hit Jenna's arm lightly. Oh yes, I've asked Claire about what you told me yesterday. Claire doesn't know about the drink and some of his friends didn't know anything, said Jenna. No problem. At least now I have to be more alert and I can do more with Louis because of that, replied Lune smiling. Upon arrival at Louis's penthouse, Lune went straight to the top floor where the penthouse unit was. Louis is on the top floor. Lune slowly opened the penthouse door and then closed it again. Lune walked slowly and saw Louis in the kitchen. Hey, are you feeling well? Lune asked Louis. Answered Louis. I brought you bread, said Lune. Next time ring the doorbell and don't enter my penthouse carelessly, he said. Louis. Lune was a little surprised by Louis's reaction and put the bread on the table. Sorry, I won't do it again, answered Lune with her always cheerful face. What are you cooking? Let me do it. Sit down, said Lune, who was now standing next to Louis. No need, answered Louis. Hey, never mind. Don't bother me, said Lune, taking the meat tongs, held by Louis. I told you there's no need. Don't force it, okay? Louis snapped, but he still didn't feel good. Lune fell silent and stepped back slowly. Sorry. Maybe I bothered you. Excuse me, said Lune, smiling faintly and turning around to leave. Lune walked quickly towards the door and out of Louis's penthouse. Lune is a very mentally invulnerable person. But for some reason what Louis said earlier makes him sad. Lune got into the elevator and without realizing the tears were falling, Lune wiped it using his sleeve. I shouldn't have gone there. I was too confident that he liked me too, he muttered in a whisper. Then Lune left the penthouse and looked for a taxi. Tisk. Louis chuckled and threw down his meat tongs. He felt sorry for taking out his frustration on Lune due to the problem happened in his office. He cursed and took his cell phone from the room. Louis saw Lune's name on his cell phone and then called him. Lune gave Louis his cell phone number by sticking it on the refrigerator. The first time Lune came to his penthouse, and only now did Louis finally call the girl. Chapter 26. Lune walked on the sidewalk because she couldn't get a taxi. Then Lune's cell phone rang and the girl took it from her trouser pocket. Whose number is this? Lune muttered. Then Lune turned off her cell phone because she felt like she didn't recognize the number. Then he continued walking until he finally stopped at the bus stop. Lune didn't finally get on the bus with her footsteps not at all enthusiastic. Huffed. Lune sat on the bus bench and her eyes looked outside. This was the first time that Lune liked a man, but it turned out that the man didn't like him at all. Its existence. Lune pressed her forehead against the window pane and stared sadly at the street. Past it, Hey. Jenna hugged LUNE from behind as the woman walked down the street to the faculty. LUNE didn't answer and walked slowly with her eyes looking downwards. What's wrong? You look tired. Is it because of Louis? Jenna asked. I'm heartbroken. He doesn't want me, answered LUNE. You expressed your liking? Jenna asked. No, but he didn't want me to go there. He kicked me out, answered LUNE quietly. Oh, said Jenna and hugged LUNE. Don't hug me because then I will cry and this campus will be in an uproar if I do. Saw me cry, said LUNE. Jenna, who should have been sad, laughed because of LUNE's words. There are still many other men who are willing to accept your silliness, said Jenna. It's true that I'm attractive and beautiful. It's just Louis that I like. You know, it's quite difficult for me to like a man. And Louis was the first man to. I like it, answered LUNE. Then Jenna cupped LUNE's cheek and kissed her cheek. There's still me and this afternoon. Let's have fun at the playground. Or let's play basketball, said Jenna. Daddy still forbids me from playing basketball. You're right. We can just go to the playground and ride rollers coaster, said LUNE. Good idea. Let's go in, said Jenna. Then Jenna and LUNE entered the faculty building to take part in today's course. After 3 hours on campus, LUNE finally came home. LUNE walked with Jenna and Claire, who also just got out of class. In the campus yard he saw a man leaning against his sports car. LUNE, that's Louis, right? Jenna said. Yeah, what's he doing here? Maybe he's on business like a few days ago, said LUNE, who then turned left because he didn't want to run into Louis. What's wrong? Are you arguing? Claire asked. LUNE didn't answer, and neither did Jenna. LUNE, called Louis. LUNE stopped in her tracks. Did he call me, Jenna? LUNE asked Jenna before he turned around. Yes, and my ears are still healthy. He called you, LUNE, said Jenna. Then LUNE immediately turned around and smiled broadly at Louis. Louis seemed to be approaching him and running a little. Louis? Do you have business on campus? LUNE asked with a cheerful face as if she were biased. Louis didn't answer and pulled LUNE's hand away. Jenna and Claire could only watch. They both left. Louis, what's wrong? LUNE asked when Louis grabbed his hand. Louis didn't answer and took LUNE into his car. Where are we going? LUNE asked. Come in, answered Louis. Okay, said LUNE smiling. Then Louis got into his car. What is it? LUNE asked. Louis drove his car and headed towards the campus gate. LUNE looked at Louis and the man was still silent. Chapter 27. Louis called LUNE again in a slightly soft voice. We're going to have lunch. Accompany me, answered Louis finally. LUNE was silent then smiled. Okay, I really like eating, especially if it's free, said LUNE, smiling happily. Finally Louis met him. Sorry, said Louis finally. What for? LUNE asked. Last night, answered Louis briefly. Ah, that's no problem. I really understand and I should be the one apologizing to you, said LUNE. Then Louis didn't say anything else and LUNE also kept quiet because she didn't want to get anything. Louis shouted again because of his talkative mouth, which Louis really didn't like. Speak, I would prefer if you spoke, said Louis when he didn't hear LUNE's voice. LUNE turned to Louis and his eyes lit up. Can I say something, Louis? But whatever your answer, we will remain friends. Promise me first, said LUNE. What do you want to say? Are you going to throw a tantrum? Louis asked while focusing on driving. Not that, said LUNE. Promise us we will remain friends after I say this, said LUNE. Let's say, said Louis. Said LUNE. What? Said Louis. I like you, said LUNE, smiling innocently. Louis chuckled. You're quite brave to say that, said Louis. Yes, I'm brave, said LUNE. Louis laughed again. Yeah, I like you too and we're friends, right? Louis answered. LUNE was stunned and silent. Yes, I like you and am very happy that we can be friends, said LUNE, who knew the meaning of, Louis said. Then Louis ruffled LUNE's hair. Just interactions like that made LUNE happy. Okay, friend status isn't so bad, right? LUNE thought. Shall we eat here? LUNE asked when Louis stopped the car in front of a small restaurant. Yes, the food here is delicious, answered Louis. Louis took off his jacket and folded his sleeves. LUNE saw that. Just like that, LUNE really liked Louis's gestures. Oh God, I think I've fallen in love with him, thought LUNE, then shook his head. What's wrong? Your head is dizzy? Louis asked. No. I'm just hungry, answered LUNE, who felt stupid because of her crush on him. Louis, come on, said Louis, and they both got out of the car. Louis took LUNE's hand again, which he didn't really need to do because the distance to the restaurant is only a few meters. LUNE didn't protest because she was happy with that. They entered the restaurant and sat in the corner chairs. Then LUNE's eyes looked towards a white-haired man who was across the table from him. Order, said Louis. LUNE nodded and ordered his food. While waiting for their food to arrive, LUNE's gaze returned to the old man, was sitting alone. What's wrong? You know him? Louis asked because LUNE had been looking at the man. No. Louis, can he join us here? LUNE asked. Why? Louis asked. He looks alone and lonely, LUNE answered quietly. Okay, it's up to you, said Louis. Then LUNE stood up and approached the man. Louis didn't know what he was saying, LUNE at the man, until finally the man sat at the same table with them. Thank you, said the man, whose way of walking was already bent. LUNE even held his hand and helped him sit up. Chapter 28. LUNE was still sobbing in the car because of the old man. Hey, he's not a lonely guy. You heard earlier, right? That he lives together, his children and grandchildren, said Louis. You don't understand, Louis. He's lonely even though he lives with his family. None, who accompanied him to lunch because his family was busy. I can feel sadness in his words and eyes, answered LUNE while sobbing. Oh my. Then are you going to take that grandfather home? Louis asked. I'll think about this for days, answered LUNE. Louis looked at LUNE and saw the sadness that the girl really felt. Then Louis rubbed LUNE's head gently. He didn't expect it to be LUNE's bar girl, have very sensitive feelings. Louis let LUNE cry until it finally stopped on its own. Are you calm? Louis asked. Then LUNE nodded and took another tissue. You're always like that? Louis asked. Don't tell anyone about this. No one should know that I'm crying this bad. Usually I would cry in the toilet, said LUNE softly and rubbed her eyes, his cheek with a tissue. Louis chuckled seeing and hearing that. Just laugh. What else? Said LUNE, whose face and nose were now red, like tomatoes. Louis then laughed again and LUNE hit his friend. Shut up, said LUNE. Louis smiled and drove his car towards LUNE's house. I don't want to go home yet, said LUNE. Then where are you going? Louis asked. I just want to buy ice cream to improve my mood, answered LUNE. Okay, answered Louis. Not long after, Louis stopped in front of a mini market. LUNE and Louis came down, Simultaneously, LUNE jogged into the mini-market and Louis walked behind her with strides wide. Which one do you want? Asked LUNE to Louis when he saw the various kinds of ice cream packaging on the front. No, just you, answered Louis. Okay, answered LUNE, and the girl chose an ice cream cone with a fairly large container. Consists of 3 flavors in it. After Louis paid for the ice cream, they sat in front of the mini-market provided seat there. LUNE opened the ice cream and ate it hungrily. You don't want to? LUNE offered. No, answer Louis. This is delicious. Try it, said LUNE and pushed the spoon filled with ice cream to Louis's mouth. Louis finally opened his mouth and ate the ice cream. They laughed together. Because of that, Louis begins to accept LUNE's presence, which makes his days more colorful. In the midst of his very busy work, LUNE is here with his cheerfulness that makes him happy. Tired, yes, gone. It's been 2 weeks since LUNE has been with Louis often, and they have become closer. Louis gave LUNE full access to enter his penthouse freely. In the middle of the night, Louis heard a bell on his penthouse door. Louis, who was just about to sleep, finally walked out of his room and then into direction of the main door. Surprisee, shouted LUNE, who was already at the door. LUNE brought a small muffin with a small candle in the middle. His face looked flushed from the cold weather with a big smile always on his face, adorn her beautiful face. His green eyes seemed to sparkle when he saw Louis. Many small droplets of water stuck to its fur coat. Happy birthday, he said. Louis squeezed LUNE's red nose. He blew out the candle and then threw away the existing candle, died, then devoured the little muffin straight away. Chapter 29. It's already the middle of the night. How can you escape from the house and people's supervision? Are you old? Louis asked, pulling LUNE's hand into his penthouse. Daddy and Mommy went to America to visit Lana. So I'm at home with Jenna, answered LUNE. Did Jenna bring you here? Louis asked. No, I took a taxi, answered LUNE. That was very dangerous. Don't do that again. My birthday is not a moment, the important one. I got older at that moment, said Louis, who then sat on the sofa, balcony. Then LUNE took something from his pocket. He took out a small plastic packet and Louis just looked at it. What's this? Louis asked. This is butter, answered LUNE and took some butter and rubbed it on her nose. Louis is sharp. Hey, what are you doing? Louis asked. LUNE held Louis's hand as he was about to burn the butter. This is a Canadian tradition. My mother is from there. They say it is to escape fate, bad. Yes, that's just a myth, but I like it this way. You look like a clown, white-nosed, answered LUNE with a small laugh. Louis laughed too, seeing the beautiful laugh coming from LUNE's lips. Do you know what my mother did after rubbing this butter on my nose? LUNE asked. LUNE laughed again while eating her butter. Louis held LUNE's head, which was about to retreat again. And their eyes met each other. Louis slowly pulled the nape of LUNE's neck and brought his lips closer to LUNE's. LUNE didn't reject that, and if Louis kissed her, it would be his first kiss. For LUNE, Louis pressed his lips to LUNE and the girl closed her eyes. Louis started, kissed those full, sexy lips so gently that LUNE felt like he was going to get hit, heart attack, because his heart was beating fast. Slowly but surely Louis bit LUNE's lips, which tempted every man's faith because of LUNE has a sensual lip shape like Angelina Jolie. Dokai. Louis picked up LUNE and put her on his lap. LUNE put her arms around Louis's neck and tried to return the kiss as if she were, which was done by Louis. Louis's fingers threaded through LUNE's long, flowing hair, pressing the nape of his neck to deepen their kiss. They kissed for a long time until Louis finally finished. His forehead pressed against it, on LUNE's forehead, and then kissed the beautiful girl's sharp nose. LUNE bit her lower lip and still didn't look Louis in the eye. "You're my first kiss," LUNE whispered. Louis didn't answer anything and was just silent. Then he lifted LUNE's chin to look at him. The green was pointing at him. Then Louis kissed LUNE's lips again, and they enjoyed the kiss again. Louis knows his limits, and he doesn't want things to go too far. "Stay here tonight," said Louis, who was now hugging LUNE. LUNE didn't know what to answer, and could only remain silent. "We didn't make love. We just slept under the same blanket," said Louis, as if he knew what was inside. LUNE thought. "You like me, Louis?" asked LUNE, letting go of his hug and looking at Louis. Those sharp, expressionless eyes could always make LUNE feel embarrassed and confused, falling more and more on the figure of this handsome man. "Yes, I like you," answered Louis, finally smiling. LUNE smiled broadly and kissed Louis's lips, because he was happy with Louis's answer. Chapter 30. A month passed. Louis and LUNE's relationship became closer and more intense. LUNE's parents don't know about their relationship. Even so, LUNE didn't cover it up either, or hide it from anyone. LUNE is very ready to face her parents if they don't approve of the relationship. LUNE and Louis are 7 years apart in age. That afternoon, Louis came to the LUNE campus. Yes, Louis often picks up LUNE to campus and invite him to lunch together. LUNE walked with Claire and Jenna, and LUNE saw Louis, who was waiting for him, in front of the car. LUNE smiled and waved his hand, then ran towards Louis. "Bye. I'll go first," LUNE shouted at Jenna and Claire as she ran towards Louis. Claire could only look at LUNE and Louis, who were now lovers. LUNE hugged Louis and the man kissed his lips. Jenna elbowed Claire's arm. "Let's go home. They really don't look around when they're alone together," said Jenna with a small laugh. Claire didn't answer anything and held her book tighter, then turned to leave. The disappointment in his heart was deep when he saw Louis and LUNE making love and making each other more and more friendly from day to day. "You look happy today," said Louis. "Yes, Daddy has let me play basketball. Let's play this afternoon," answered LUNE, who then let go of his hug. "Okay," answered Louis. LUNE and Louis's relationship has spread throughout campus, and LUNE is considered to be a very lucky woman because she was able to conquer Louis. LUNE and Louis got into the car and they were going to a restaurant near campus. "I'm going abroad tomorrow," said Louis. LUNE stopped eating and looked at Louis. "How long?" LUNE asked. 1 week, answered Louis. "That's very long," said LUNE sneeringly. Louis ruffled LUNE's brown hair. "Just a moment," answered Louis smiling. "Don't look at other women," said LUNE. Louis laughed softly at LUNE's words. "You know I would never do that," answered Louis. I know. You can never get rid of me in your life even if I am dead," said LUNE. Louis looked sharply at LUNE. "Don't say things like that," said Louis. LUNE laughed a little and kissed Louis on the lips. "I will always be with you. If I go, then wait for me because I will always come back to you," said LUNE. "You won't leave me because I will lock you up if you do that," he said. Louis. LUNE laughed again and they continued eating lunch while chatting lightly. After lunch was over, Louis didn't take LUNE to his house but to penthouse. "Shall we go to the penthouse? You're not working today?" LUNE asked. "No, I want to spend time with you before I leave," answered Louis. LUNE nodded and kissed Louis's cheek. When they arrived at the penthouse, they were just in the kitchen cooking fresh cakes LUNE learned last week with her mother. The kitchen equipment in Louis's penthouse is very complete and LUNE can make it. What kind of food is there? How? Is it delicious? Asked LUNE when the cake she made was finished. Yes, it's not bad even though it's too sweet, answered Louis honestly. I really like sweets, and I think this is just right, said LUNE while munching on cookies. It's dry. Louis put LUNE on the table and took a tissue and wiped LUNE's face. There is chocolate and a little flour in there. LUNE smiled, and then Louis kissed her beautiful lips. LUNE draped. His hands rested on Louis's neck and enjoyed their kisses getting longer and longer. That intensity. Chapter 31. LUNE hasn't seen Louis in 4 days. His life feels empty even though Jenna is there, who always accompanies him. Today LUNE was taken shopping by Claire and Jenna. They spend their time, walk all day. Shall we play basketball this afternoon? Jenna asked. Yes, I'm very bored at home. Mommy and Daddy are busy working, answered LUNE. When will Lana come home again, LUNE? Claire asked. I don't know, she really feels at home there. Oh yeah, does Lana have a boyfriend, Claire? She does, more open to you than me, LUNE said. Yes, he has a girlfriend. That's what makes him feel at home there, answered Claire, smiling. TSK, he didn't say anything to me, said LUNE. Because you can't watch your mouth, LUNE. You'll tell Uncle that later, Claire replied with a small laugh. Yes, I often let slip. Is her boyfriend handsome? LUNE asked. Yes, very handsome, Claire answered. Which is more handsome than Louis? For me, Louis is the most handsome, said LUNE. Claire didn't know what to answer because in her eyes Louis was still the most handsome. Hey, answer it. Seems like a difficult choice, said LUNE. Yes, you're right. They're all handsome so I can't choose which one is more handsome, answered Claire. LUNE laughed and pinched Claire's cheek. You are our best friend, said LUNE smiling. Claire just smiled faintly. After shopping, LUNE decides to go to Louis's penthouse because she misses men. LUNE opened the penthouse door and went inside. LUNE comes there every 2 days, once and sometimes cleans the penthouse because Louis's servant just comes once a week. LUNE went to Louis's walk-in closet and smelled some of Louis's clothes and his perfume. Matter reminded him of Louis. At least it cured his longing for his lover a little. Then LUNE's phone vibrated and she picked it up. Honey, where are you? Lord asked. With Jenna, LUNE answered lying. Mommy and Daddy will be home late. Stay with Jenna, said Lord. Okay, Mom. No problem, said LUNE. Okay. Bye, honey, said Lord. Then LUNE hung up the phone and sent a message to Jenna. I'll just stay here, LUNE muttered softly and put her cell phone away. LUNE took off his clothes and put on Louis's white shirt. Then the beautiful girl folded her clothes and put them on the table in the walk-in closet. LUNE got out of there and went into the bathroom to clean her body. Because he had been walking around all day with his 2 friends, LUNE soaked in the large bathtub and closed her eyes enjoying the warm water, fragrant. LUNE pressed the music button on the wall next to the bathtub and heard the sound of music, which is calming. Because she was too comfortable and tired, LUNE finally fell asleep in the bathtub with her head down, still propped up on the back of the bathtub covered with towels. Hey, wake up, little girl, whispered a voice in LUNE's ear after almost 15 minutes, sleeping in a bathtub filled with soap suds. LUNE blinked and didn't realize that she was in the bathtub. LUNE's head sank down and a hand held the nape of her neck up. LUNE's head came back into view. LUNE rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. Louis. LUNE said, surprised because Louis was already in front of him. Chapter 32. LUNE, who saw Louis, immediately covered her chest and lower body. Are you here yet? LUNE asked. Louis took a towel and gave it to LUNE. Yeah, next time close the bathroom door. You could come here and they'll be shocked if I saw a beautiful mermaid in my bathtub, said Louis. LUNE laughed at that. You can be funny too, said LUNE, and Louis didn't turn around. His eyes remained fixed, aimed at LUNE. Hey, come out, said LUNE. My body is frozen here. I can't move, said Louis. Louis, this isn't funny, said LUNE. I missed you, said Louis, his eyes looking fixedly at LUNE. I missed you too, answered LUNE. Now turn around, said LUNE. Louis actually knelt down and his face moved closer to LUNE. LUNE swallowed his saliva because Louis was looking at him so intensely. I want to do it, whispered Louis as he cupped LUNE's wet jaw. LUNE bit her lip, a sign that she was upset. I won't force you. You believe that I'm a man with old-fashioned thinking? I just do this with the woman you love. And I love you, said Louis, still, whispered softly against LUNE's lips. I love you too. But I'm not ready to do it yet, said LUNE. Louis smiled and gently stroked LUNE's cheek. I understand, Louis answered and then stood up. I'm waiting for you outside. I brought food and we ate together, said Louis. Okay, answered LUNE, smiling. Then Louis came out of the bathroom and LUNE held his pounding chest tight. LUNE seemed silent and thought for a moment. Then finally he stood up and got out of the bathtub. LUNE put on the clothes she took from Louis's wardrobe earlier and then left the room. Babe, I borrowed your clothes earlier because I thought you weren't home yet. I was planning to stay here. But since you're home, I'll just go home later, said LUNE to Louis, who was in the kitchen area. Stay if you want to stay. Aren't your parents looking for you? Louis asked. They came home late and I was told to stay overnight at Jenna or Claire's house, answered. LUNE approached Louis. Stay here, said Louis as he opened the food place he had bought earlier, restaurant. LUNE hugged Louis from behind. I miss you, said LUNE. Louis held LUNE's hand that was wrapped around his stomach and then turned around. Louis kissed LUNE's lips. You have eaten? Louis asked. Not yet, said LUNE. Okay, we'll eat together. But... Louis's words trailed off. But what? LUNE asked, confused. I'll enjoy the appetizer first, answered Louis, smiling and lifting LUNE onto the marble kitchen table. LUNE chuckled and then they pressed their lips together. Longing kiss, it happened so sweetly, and LUNE put her arms around Louis's neck. You weren't naughty when I left you, were you? Louis asked quietly with his lips still attached. With LUNE's sexy lips, LUNE smiled and kissed Louis's lips. I rolled my eyes at several handsome men on campus, said LUNE. Louis chuckled. Chapter 33. While they were kissing, LUNE's cell phone rang from inside her bag. LUNE released her lips and got off the table and ran towards the sofa. LUNE looked at the cell phone screen and it was Lana. What's wrong, Lana? LUNE asked. Where are you? Lana asked. What's wrong? What are you doing? LUNE asked. Claire said you were with Louis. Is that true? Lana asked. Yeah, why? Is something wrong? LUNE asked. Don't do things beyond your control, LUNE, answered Lana. I know that, said LUNE. Daddy already knows about it? Lana asked. No, but I'm not hiding it, answered LUNE. That doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, LUNE, said Lana. LUNE headed to the balcony. What do you mean? LUNE asked. Always remember Daddy's message. Didn't Daddy say you can't date? Said Lana. Wait, you're controlling me while you yourself are in love with a man. America? Said LUNE, a little emotional. I'm just a friend. Nothing more, replied Lana, defending herself. What did Claire tell you? LUNE asked. This has nothing to do with Claire. I just want to remind you not to act beyond limits. Louis is a mature man and is much older than you, Lana answered. You are also friends with adult men, Lana. Claire told me about it, said LUNE. That's different. I can take care of myself better. Whereas you are very careless, LUNE, he said. Lana, stop this argument because I don't want to argue with my own brother just because. Men's problems. Good night, said LUNE and closed her cell phone. How could he say this to Lana? You hippo's mouth, LUNE growled at him. Claire. Then LUNE went back inside and put her cell phone on the table. Who called you? Louis asked. Lana, answered LUNE with a sullen face. What is it? Asked Louis. I don't want to talk about it. He's annoying, said LUNE. He told you to go home? That's natural, because he's your older brother. Louis answered. He controlled me, but also did that. He didn't like me having anything to do with you, but she also had relationships with adult men in America. That's annoying, isn't it? Said LUNE, while taking the food on the table. Let's eat. This food looks delicious, said LUNE, feeling her saliva collected in his mouth. Sit down, said Louis, and they sat together and ate dinner. All night they just watched movies in Louis's room. There are no hot activities, whatever they do, and Louis will not break LUNE's rules. Louis will only do it if LUNE wants it to. Louis realized that he's already crazy about LUNE. You could even say he's in love with her. Louis, who had a hard time falling in love, finally fell for the charm of this 18-year-old girl. His only choice was LUNE, and even he would wait for LUNE until LUNE was ready to get married with him later. Your prince has come, said Jenna when she saw Louis already in the campus parking lot. LUNE smiled broadly and ran towards her lover. LUNE and Louis are the same, intoxicated with love and as if the world belonged to the two of them. Louis stretched out his hand and LUNE took it. They got into the car and, we'll have lunch together. Louis was the one who implemented the rules. That LUNE always had to eat lunch with him. LUNE kissed Louis's lips before the handsome man drove his car. Chapter 34. 7 months have passed. LUNE and Louis's relationship has become even closer and inseparable. LUNE has even been introduced to Louis's extended family. Introverted Louis finally introduced a girl he loved to the big Kingsford family. LUNE only met Louis's extended family twice because they lived separated, and some live in other cities or even countries. Meanwhile, Louis has also come to LUNE's house to show his seriousness, to marry LUNE after LUNE graduates from college. The Wallace family also agreed to this because they saw Louis's capable background. It is said that it cannot be underestimated. LUNE and Louis's relationship became smoother because of this. They were getting closer. In terms of beds, yes, LUNE and Louis made love when LUNE celebrated her 19th birthday. This makes them even more bonded and inseparable because they are the same, agreed that the two of them would never be separated no matter what happened, and it will be the first and the last. Only death can do that, separate them later. You don't want to get rid of these scars? Louis asked LUNE while rubbed LUNE's stomach where there was a scar there. No, it looks cool, said LUNE. Louis laughed softly and kissed LUNE's stomach. Daddy almost had a heart attack due to my wound. But I turned it into an experience. Cool, said LUNE. Getting caught in the school fence and hurting your stomach is not cool at all. Baby, said LOUIS, then lay down beside LUNE. LUNE changed her position by lying face down on top of LOUIS's body, until his body was bare. They stick together. I want to cover it with a tattoo. Do you think that would be cooler? Asked LUNE. No, don't. It will cause you pain. I don't want to see you in pain. Softly, LOUIS stroked LUNE's cheek. LUNE's round green eyes stared closely at LOUIS's eyes. I love you. LOUIS whispered softly, and LUNE kissed the man's very expensive smile on the lips. Cup, cup, cup. I love you too, honey. I love you so much, said LUNE, rubbing her nose at LOUIS's sharp nose. Then LUNE tilted her head and kissed LOUIS's lips again. Are you staying here? LOUIS asked. Mommy and Daddy went to America this morning. Lana was sick and they were so worried, with his beloved daughter, answered LUNE. They love you too, said LOUIS. I don't know. I just feel that Lana always takes priority over everything. Can I act like that? Said LUNE. No, you can't be like that, because they are your family, and from what I see they are. They really take care of you, answered LOUIS. LUNE just nodded and smiled. Then LOUIS moved LUNE from above his body, and sat down, then put on his trousers. I'm hungry. Make me something, said LUNE, kissing LOUIS's back, which was always visible, sexy in LUNE's eyes. We're having steak tonight, answered LOUIS, who then walked out of the room. Okay, I'll catch up later. I'll call Jenna for a moment, said LUNE. Hurry up, answered LOUIS as he opened the door to his room. Yes, I love you, said LUNE. LOUIS walks away. Honey, didn't you answer? LUNE protested. LOUIS stopped and turned around. I love you too, little girl, answered the handsome man. Chapter 35, Present Time. Sorry. That was the only word LOUIS could say to his lover, thought to have died almost 6 years ago. LUNE didn't say anything and just hugged LOUIS's body. A pair of lovers, having been separated for a long time, they just want to hug without asking what's true happen. LOUIS rubbed LUNE's back, and the woman had calmed down a little now, because LOUIS was already by his side. Claire. What have you done to snatch LOUIS from my side? LUNE thought so, angry when he saw Claire wearing the same ring as LOUIS earlier. LUNE then let go of his hug and took LOUIS's hand. He seized the ring and opened it. LUNE had a little difficulty opening it, but she forced it with a little emotion. Let me open it, said LOUIS calmly. I can open it, said LUNE, annoyed because the ring was so tightly attached to LOUIS's finger. Then LOUIS let go of LUNE's hand and opened the ring himself. After it opened, LUNE immediately took it and threw it in the corner of the room. LUNE's chest seemed to rise and fall, because she still looked annoyed. Then the woman looked over LOUIS's direction. Who allowed you to be with Claire? How could you be engaged with him? Snapped LUNE, who became emotional again when he remembered that. I was the one who allowed him into my life when you were gone, LOUIS answered. LUNE took his pillow and hit it on LOUIS. I hate you. Thank you, shouted LUNE emotionally. LOUIS didn't say anything. It's all my fault, because I didn't look for you. I didn't know that you were in a coma because of your father, said that you died. He told me himself, said LOUIS. LUNE was silent and looked closely at LOUIS's eyes. There was no lie in his eyes. Why did Daddy do that? LUNE asked. That's what I wanted to ask you too. LOUIS answered. You shouldn't have just believed me. You should have been looking for me more. loud again and waiting for me to wake up, shouted LUNE in utter disappointment. In everything. He was disappointed in his family, and also Louis and Claire, who seemed to be being played by them when he was struggling to survive for 5 years. LUNE cried again and rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Louis hugged him tightly even though LUNE still felt annoyed with the man. He thought that Louis had betrayed him because he was engaged to none other than Claire, his best friend. Sasha, who had just entered the room, saw that LUNE had regained consciousness. "LUNE? You're awake?" "Thank goodness," said Sasha. LUNE looked at Sasha. Then Sasha approached him. "Are you feeling better?" Sasha asked. LUNE nodded. "I want to go home," said LUNE. "Okay, I'll call the doctor first," Sasha said. Then LUNE turned around and looked at Louis with sharp eyes. "Yes, I lived with Claire while I was in America, but that was with my family too," he said. Louis seemed to know where LUNE was thinking. LUNE wanted to punch Louis's handsome face, but he held it back because of his love for her, which never ends with Louis. LUNE's hands gripped the white sheet and still looked at Louis. "I've never made love to her," Louis said honestly when LUNE was still looking at him. Sharp. LUNE was still silent. Chapter 36. "Yes, you can do whatever you want, because it's all my fault," said Louis. "Listen to me. You can't meet Claire. You can't have any contact with him even if it's just to talk. If I knew that, you never would see me again," said LUNE in a threatening tone. Louis stared closely at those beautiful eyes that still looked angry. "I had to talk to him and tell him you were back. I still have to talk to him to end this relationship well. Me and him started it, well, and it will also end well," said Louis in a still voice. Calm. "Elle said no. You can't talk to him. Do you understand? I was suspicious from the start that he's liked you since college, and he's taking this opportunity to approaching you," answered LUNE. "He approached me several years after you left." "This all just happened," said Louis. LUNE was even more annoyed when she heard this because it turned out that Louis's love was not as deep as hers. "Louis, it's so easy to turn to other women, and what's worse, that woman is Claire." Check. The room door opened and the doctor entered with the nurse and Sasha. LUNE finally became quiet again and the doctor checked LUNE's condition. Then after declared that he was fine. The nurse opened the 4-tube in his hand. LUNE, Sasha, and Louis are now in the car. They are going to the apartment, Sasha's sister, because there was no way Louis would bring LUNE to his mansion. There was still his family there, and also Claire. And Louis will finish soon, deal with Claire as soon as possible. LUNE got out of the car first without waiting for Louis. LUNE slammed the car door because anger still controlled his heart. He's still emotional. "Calm down, LUNE can't be angry for too long," said Sasha, encouraged Louis. Louis just nodded and then Sasha got out of the car after LUNE. Louis got out of the car and walked behind LUNE and Sasha. "Go home," said LUNE to Louis without looking at him. "I'll take you upstairs," answered Louis. "It's like you're accompanying your mistress while there's another woman in your house, waiting for you. And that really annoys me," said LUNE, pressing the elevator button loudly while grumbling. Sasha is really uncomfortable because she feels like she is in the middle of LUNE's problems. And Louis, suddenly Sasha's cell phone rang. For some reason he was very happy to hear that. "Wait, you guys go up first because this is a call from my boyfriend," said Sasha, who chose head to the cafe in the apartment lobby. Sasha was grateful that there was a cafe that was open 24 hours and it was still early in the morning. Louis took LUNE's hand and they went upstairs. There was no conversation between them and LUNE was still in angry mode. Arriving at the apartment unit, LUNE went straight to her room and left. Louis in the living room, LUNE locked the door to her room and leaned behind the door. He still can't digest all of this. His feelings mixed together in his chest and it made his chest feels throbbing. LUNE took off her shoes and threw them towards the wall, then cursed loudly and, cursing Claire and Louis and everyone who lied to him. Louis heard this from outside and he quite understood what LUNE was feeling at the moment. I love you. I only love you. Nothing else, okay? Louis said from the front door, LUNE's room. Louis was still waiting outside until LUNE wanted to come out of his room. Chapter 37. Not long after, LUNE came out of the room and saw Louis still standing in front his room. If you think I'm dead, do you know where my grave is? LUNE asked. I couldn't go to him. You don't know how upset I was when I got the news. It's bad from your father. I know your father well, and I never thought that. Your father lied to me. If you don't believe me, let's go see your father. If necessary this afternoon, we're going to Singapore to ask your father everything, answered Louis. LUNE then closed her eyes and was still frustrated with what had just happened, faced him. How did the accident happen? Louis asked. I don't know. I forgot and still don't remember what happened before the accident happened, answered LUNE, who then squatted down and covered her face on her knees. Louis then knelt and carried LUNE to the bed. Go home, I don't want to see you, said LUNE with great disappointment. I'll wait until Sasha comes here, answered Louis. Then LUNE covered her whole body with a blanket and cried again. He felt disgusted, imagining Louis being in a relationship with Claire. Louis hugged her, but LUNE didn't want to be hugged by Louis. You must have hugged him. I'm disgusted to imagine it, said LUNE from under the blanket. You don't love me, Louis. You don't love me. You lied to me that you loved me, so deep into me. You are lying. Everything you say is bullshit. LUNE snapped emotionally. I admit my mistake. I didn't find out about you beforehand. I'm sorry, I will always tell you this. You never disappear from my heart and mind, forever, said Louis. Bullshit. LUNE snapped. Louis climbed into bed and hugged LUNE from behind. The man hugged him tightly though. LUNE tried to let go of his hug. I shouldn't remember you if it turns out this makes me sick. I should look for another man like you did with Claire, said LUNE. I won't let it happen. You're only mine, said Louis. But you betrayed me, said LUNE. What if you were in my position? Louis asked. I would never date your best friend even if he was nice to me. You doubt my love? I would never do what you have done with Claire. You betrayed me, replied LUNE. Then Louis opened the blanket covering LUNE's body and turned LUNE's face towards him. Direction. I love you so much. Seeing your smile is happiness for me. Meanwhile, having you is the most beautiful gift in my life. Louis cupped LUNE's jaw and then pressed the nape of her neck. Louis really missed LUNE's lips, which had always been his addiction. LUNE pushed Louis's chest when Louis wanted to kiss his lips. I can't. You once kissed Claire and that disgusted me, said LUNE, then turned around again to avoid Louis's gaze. Louis was so resigned to LUNE's rejection of him because he really felt it, guilty about what happened. Louis should have listened to what Jared said. At that time, Jared wanted to investigate an accident, but Louis refused because he was so devastated by the news of LUNE's death. Louis even went to a psychologist for a year to overcome his mental problems as a result of losing LUNE. Louis even prevented his family from going inside his private area when he was down. Not long after Louis had improved a little, Claire came with her friendship. He, saying that they experienced the same thing after LUNE's death. Claire also felt like she really missed LUNE and it made her feel worse because of them, close friends. Chapter 38. After Sasha arrived, Louis finally returned to the mansion. Now he was in his car on his way back to the mansion. His cell phone rang and he picked it up because it was his father's call. "Yes, Dad?" Louis replied, "LUNE's accident was pure and had nothing to do with anyone. Now you have to ask LUNE's parents why they are hiding this from you," said Jared. Louis didn't answer anything. "The choice is yours, son. Settle your business with Claire if you want to go back, LUNE. Daddy knows that love cannot be forced and you have to choose LUNE, but you also have to settle things nicely with Claire," continued Jared. "Yes," answered Louis. "He's still at the mansion and we'll go back to England after you finish things." "This," said Jared. "I'll be there in a moment." "Bye," answered Louis and hung up the phone. Louis seemed to be holding the steering wheel tightly. He realized that his decision would come later. It really hurt Claire's heart, but he can't choose Claire because his love will always be for LUNE. Just as life will be with LUNE even though LUNE still hates him because of his relationship with Claire. Louis will win LUNE's heart again at any cost and she has to decide his relationship with Claire. Not long after, Louis arrived at the mansion and he immediately went to Claire who was there, living room. There, Thea, Jared and Vea and Rillian had gathered. "Louis," said Claire and immediately approached Louis. The woman wanted to kiss Louis's lips, but Louis stopped her. "Sorry, I can't continue with this." "Sorry, I really apologize to you," said Louis. Claire's tears started to come out and she sobbed uncontrollably. "Sorry, I know it's my fault. I'm sorry. You know very well that I love you very much, LUNE, and never loved you. You know that, because I always say that to you. Now LUNE has returned and I have to be with her," said Louis. Thea then approached Claire and hugged her. "Has my existence not touched your heart at all, Louis?" Claire asked. "I consider you my friend. And we are together to heal the wounds of being left behind by LUNE. I can't continue with this while LUNE is in front of me. I very much, she loves him and he is my life," answered Louis. "Give me a chance," said Claire, who then knelt in front of Louis. "Claire, please. Whatever you do, I will still choose LUNE," said Louis. Took a step back. "I would die without you," Claire said, "and I would die without it. I used to be so stupid and down that I didn't look for news, the real LUNE. But now I won't let that happen," answered Louis. "I'm the victim here. I was the one who accompanied you for years, and you left me, just like that," said Claire crying. "Sorry, but I still can't be with me. I have to be with LUNE," Louis answered and left to his room. "Louis, please think about this. Louis," Claire shouted in frustration. "Auntie, help me. I love him very much and I can't live without him," said Claire, begged Thea. "Even if he accepts you, you will suffer even more, Claire. I know very well how much Louis really loves LUNE." "That will hurt you later," interrupted Vea, "but I'm the only one who is so patient with it. LUNE won't be like that." "My love, Louis's love is greater than LUNE's love," said Claire. "You're friends with LUNE, aren't you?" Then why are you saying this? Bea asked. Chapter 39. Claire fell silent hearing Bea's words. I never took Louis from him. Our relationship flows as it is. So there's nothing wrong, right, if I maintain my love even though LUNE is my best friend? Claire replied, finally, my love for Louis is no joke. I really love him. And this is really true, it makes my heart hurt and even makes me want to die, continued Claire. Then Thea hugged Claire. In Thea's eyes, Claire was indeed a good woman, and even without reproach, Thea could see how much Claire loved Louis. And this situation gave him a dilemma. On the other hand, Thea feels sorry for Claire who loves Louis so much. But on the other hand, Thea knows very well Louis's character. Who is stubborn and whose decisions cannot be made, contested. Even though Thea and Jared intervened, you can still contact us. We will still accompany you. Heal this pain, said Thea. Claire cried even more when she heard this because it meant Thea couldn't help her, making Louis stay by his side. Are you okay, LUNE? Asked Sasha, who had seen LUNE pondering nearby balcony. No. I'm not fine, answered LUNE, wiping her tears. He betrayed me, Sasha, continued LUNE. He betrayed me, Sasha, continued LUNE. I don't think it's his fault, LUNE. He thought you were dead and he just followed the flow of his life. And it just so happens that Claire is the one who is always by his side. Louis said that. Claire approached him for a long time until Louis finally accepted her because they were the same. I'm just as hurt as losing you, said Sasha. LUNE turned to Sasha. Claire isn't that close to me. I can feel that she used to really like Louis, and don't like my relationship with Louis, answered LUNE. Don't you remember how you got into the accident, LUNE? Sasha asked. LUNE shook her head. You can ask Lana and your parents, said Sasha. LUNE nodded. Then the woman took her cell phone and was going to call her parents right now. Hello, darling. How are you? Lourdes asked from across the phone. Not good, answered LUNE honestly. What is it? Lourdes asked. You guys lied to me. How could you tell Louis that I had died, said LUNE, who then cried again. Lourdes fell silent. Not long after, Anthony took over Lourdes' cell phone. Hello, darling, said Anthony. Why did Daddy do that? Asked LUNE sobbing. It's for Louis's good. Your life isn't expected to last long, and Louis will, even more devastated by seeing you die slowly. She really loves you, and Daddy doesn't, wants to ruin his life. Isn't that what you want too? You won't want to see. Louis is devastated, isn't he? Said Anthony. LUNE couldn't answer because what her father said made perfect sense. LUNE too didn't want to see Louis destroyed, seeing you alive again after 5 years of fighting is a miracle for us, darling. We didn't even dare to dream of this. This is actually impossible, Anthony said. He's with Claire now. Daddy knows that? It hurts me so much to see them, answered LUNE. Anthony was silent. But Louis chose me and I'm still sick because I think they betrayed me, LUNE continued. You met Louis? Anthony asked. Yes, fate separated us, and now brings us together again. But me, I feel pain because of this meeting, said LUNE. Chapter 40. Louis visits LUNE again at Sasha's apartment. But he didn't find LUNE there, because LUNE was working. Louis finally went to the company where LUNE worked. LUNE became unfocused on his work, and that made him frustrated. Sasha understands that because LUNE's problem is quite complicated. Sasha finally offered his help in doing LUNE's assignment. Go home, you're still sick and you should rest," said Sasha. "If I go home, I will keep thinking about Louis." "I'm still angry with him," answered LUNE. "He really loves you, LUNE. It's not easy to live 5 years with him, knowing the fact that you are dead." "Try to understand him," said Sasha, wisely. Sasha really understands that LUNE is angry because emotionally he is still 19 years old. "And it's still hard to digest this. I'm going to see a doctor this afternoon," said LUNE. "Go home now, LUNE. You look pale and your work will be even more chaotic if you are forcing it," said Sasha. LUNE stopped what he was doing and held his head. "There was something my father didn't say and I felt it." "But why?" "Me, really frustrated with this." "Why are they hiding it?" said LUNE and closed his eyes, because the tears came out again. "Your father has nothing to hide from you. What Uncle Anthony said is already true. I'm telling the truth, and it's quite reasonable. Your and Louis's relationship is quite deep, and your father must know that this will slowly kill Louis," said Sasha. Assured LUNE, LUNE finally nodded and wiped her tears. He then packed his bag. "Please tell Mr. Larry that I have to go to the hospital," said LUNE. "Yes, I'll tell him later." "Go," answered Sasha. "Thank you, Sasha." "Bye," said LUNE and left the room. LUNE went down to the lobby and walked out of the company. He looked for a taxi and got in straight away. As soon as a taxi stopped in front of him, Louis had just arrived at LUNE's company. "Yesterday Sasha told me where they work." After asking the receptionist, Louis waited on the lobby sofa. Not long after, the receptionist told him that LUNE had gone home because, being sick. Then Louis returned to the apartment that LUNE had occupied while he was in New York. LUNE didn't return to the apartment, but went straight to the doctor. He felt his feelings. He was feeling uncertain and he needed medicine to calm his mind. Upon arrival at the hospital, LUNE immediately registered and then sat in the waiting room to wait your turn to check. Because the hospital was quite busy, LUNE saw a pregnant woman standing there, across from him because he couldn't get a seat. LUNE stood up and approached the woman. "Sit there," said LUNE smiling. "Thank you," answered the woman smiling too. Then LUNE took the woman to her seat. Because the woman had only come alone. "Just you alone?" LUNE asked. "Yes, my husband is busy working," answered the woman. LUNE looked at the woman's pot belly and rubbed it. "Hopefully your baby will be healthy until he sees the world," said LUNE, smiling. "Thank you. This is my first child and we are really looking forward to it," said the woman. LUNE smiled, then the smile disappeared instantly. DG. Suddenly LUNE remembered something. The memory just appeared in his brain until he took a step back until he fell on the floor. "Hey, are you okay?" the pregnant woman said worriedly. Then several people there helped LUNE get up. LUNE's chest pounded and LUNE held her head. Then LUNE left there, with a little running. Chapter 41. LUNE ran out of the hospital and stopped in the front yard of the hospital. His hands were supported on a tree trunk and his head was lowered as if want to sharpen his memory. Her breathing was still rapid and tears were flowing again. "How could you all trick me?" he muttered in a whisper and held his chest. "It hurts again. How could you guys hide this from me? And Claire, I will make the calculations with you," LUNE muttered angrily as she wiped her tears. LUNE then returned to her apartment because she would be waiting for Louis there. There is something that needs to be straightened out with Louis. 15 minutes later, LUNE arrived at the apartment and he immediately went inside. LUNE saw Louis, who was already pacing back and forth in front of the apartment door. Louis then saw LUNE coming and immediately approached him. Louis hugged LUNE very tightly. Where have you been? Louis asked. I'm from the doctor, answered LUNE. Why didn't you tell me? You turned off your cell phone, said Louis, still hugged LUNE. LUNE returned the hug and then tears came out again. LUNE cried in Louis's arms, the man she loved so much and was finally separated from, very long with him. I hate you, but I love you, he whispered softly. Louis smiled and cupped LUNE's cheek and wiped her tears. Louis kissed the red lips and nose. Then the man took LUNE into the apartment. Now they sat on the sofa and faced each other. When I had an accident, where were you? LUNE asked. I'm abroad. You know that, right? Louis replied. I didn't know you were abroad. I wanted to meet you that night and finally, accident, answered LUNE. No way. We've been texting for 2 days, and you don't want me. Call you because you will miss me more and more. That's what you wrote in your message, said Louis. I never sent you a message, said LUNE. Then? Who sent that message? Louis asked. Did Claire ever convey my message to you? The message before my accident, LUNE asked. Claire? No, there was no message at all, answered Louis. What's wrong? Tell me? What don't I know about this? Louis asked. I want to meet Claire and ask her about this, answered LUNE. What do you want to ask? About your accident? But he wasn't involved in it, your accident, because it was purely an accident and there was no sabotage, said Louis. I want to meet him. Now, answered LUNE, what's wrong? Tell me first what's wrong. Louis asked. I want to confirm this with him first and then I will tell you, said LUNE. Louis was silent and finally nodded. Okay, come on, answered Louis. And they left the apartment and headed to the Kingsford family mansion. LUNE was silent throughout the journey. His eyes looked sharp and moderate, thinking about something very heavy. Louis held LUNE's hand and kissed her palm. Then LUNE squeezed Louis's hand. She didn't want to lose and be separated from Louis again, a relationship that was initially very sweet and smooth without any obstacles must go through that. Many obstacles stand in their way to happiness. I love you, said Louis. Chapter 42. Upon arrival at the mansion, Louis and LUNE immediately went inside. The Kingsford family was seen coming out of their respective rooms, including Claire. LUNE looked for Claire's figure and didn't care about the others because it was only there in his brain. Claire is the figure who must be taught a lesson. LUNE looked at Claire who had just come out of the door. LUNE didn't care anything and pushed Claire back into the room, locked the door quickly before Louis followed from behind. Broke. Click, the door was locked and Louis banged on the door. Baby. Open the door. You don't have to play rough, okay, shouted Louis from outside. Quickly find the key and open the window from the outside. Louis ordered the mansion servants. Maybe he just wants to talk to Claire, sis, said Vea. I know LUNE very well and he will use violence in his actions, answered Louis. Jared used his feet to break down the door, assisted by Louis. Rillian and the servants seemed to run out to open the window. Louis didn't want violence to occur because it would be detrimental to LUNE himself. In the midst of the busy atmosphere outside, now there are only Claire and LUNE in the room. How are you, bitch? Said LUNE with his eyes blazing with anger. What would you do? Claire asked. I want to teach you a little lesson, answered LUNE approaching Claire. Claire, who knew LUNE very well, was afraid to see LUNE's burning eyes. Angry, you won't be able to hurt me because the Louis family protects me, said Claire. LUNE laughed softly and pulled Claire's hair and dragged her into the bathroom. LUNE threw Claire's body on the bathroom floor and locked the bathroom door. "No one will be able to save you now," said LUNE. "You're crazy, LUNE." Claire said in a trembling voice, "Yeah, I'm crazy because of you. You make my evil side come out and I have to make calculating with you," said Claire, strangling Claire's neck and hitting her head against the bathroom wall. "LUNE, stop," said Claire, who was starting to feel helpless. LUNE didn't care about that and just continued to hit Claire's head against the wall, because revenge has taken over him. Broke. The bathroom door opened and Louis and Jared saw LUNE holding Claire's neck while banging his head against the wall. Louis held LUNE's body and let go of his hand that was strangling Claire's neck. Jared caught Claire's unconscious body and the back of her head was smeared blood. "What are you doing?" "It could kill him," said Louis, a little snarled. "I want to put him in a coma." "It would be better if he died," answered LUNE with bright eyes, angry. "You protected that evil woman?" LUNE asked, trying to let go of Louis's hand. "Hold it." Jared picked up Claire's body and immediately took her to the hospital. LUNE bit Louis's hand and chased Jared and pulled Claire's leg. "Don't take him. I haven't finished calculating with him yet," LUNE shouted. Vea held LUNE's body. "Let me go," LUNE shouted. Louis then hugged LUNE from the front until Vea finally let go. Louis hugged him tightly. "Take her to the hospital," Thea said to Jared when she saw that Claire was unconscious. "Self, I hate you all," LUNE shouted uncontrollably because she saw Louis and his family prevents him from teaching Claire a lesson. Chapter 43. LUNE, who really couldn't control her emotions, was so angry and uncontrollable until he hit Louis's nose with his forehead. Shit. Louis cursed and his nose looked bloody. "Lock him up, Louis," Thea shouted because she saw LUNE out of control. Louis locked LUNE's body on the sofa and held her there so LUNE couldn't get there. "Move." "Why? Why are you stopping me?" LUNE asked angrily. "This is beyond the limit. You can kill him. You are not a murderer." "I don't want to do that," Louis snapped. Jared went out the door and was accompanied by Rillian to take Claire to the hospital. "You don't know what he did to us," said LUNE angrily while crying. "But it shouldn't be like this," Louis replied very restrainedly. His anger, Vea and Thea were still looking at the two of them. Louis was still trying to calm him down. "LUNE, you still have Louis and Claire has resigned herself to that," said Vea. "I hate it. I really hate it," LUNE shouted under Louis's body. Louis looked at LUNE's eyes which were now full of tears and anger. "Because of him, I lost my baby," LUNE shouted, which of course made everything surprised. "What do you mean?" Louis asked. LUNE cried again and Louis let go of LUNE's hand and hugged her. "I'm pregnant and I told him to tell you, but he said you didn't want a baby. Then that night I came to you after I escaped from my father's custody. I do, disappointed when I heard that." "Don't you want our baby?" asked LUNE. "I never knew that." "I didn't know at all," said Louis, who was still shocked with this fact. "Let him sit, Louis," said Thea and approached them. Then Louis moved from LUNE's body and pulled her to sit down. Louis held his jaw and stared at him closely. "How could your father hold you captive?" Louis asked. "Because I'm pregnant and someone made up a story to them that you left me after finding out I was pregnant. I can't contact you because of Daddy took my cell phone," said LUNE. "At first I told Claire about my pregnancy and she told me, Lana. At the same time I asked for his help to tell you this, but he said that you didn't accept my baby," said LUNE while wiping the water. His eyes. "I finally found out that Claire was the one who made up the story about your rejection to my family. I ran away that night by borrowing Jenna's car to meet you," LUNE continued. "And in the end I never reached you because I had an accident," said LUNE softly. "I also didn't know you were out of the country at that time because I had my cell phone for several days, held by Daddy. I was really locked in the room and couldn't come out," he said. "LUNE. At first I told Claire about my pregnancy and she told me, Lana. At the same time I asked for his help to tell you this, but he said that you didn't accept my baby," said LUNE while wiping the water. His eyes. "I finally found out that Claire was the one who made up the story about your rejection to my family. I ran away that night by borrowing Jenna's car to meet you," LUNE continued. "And in the end I never reached you because I had an accident," said LUNE softly. "I also didn't know you were out of the country at that time because I had my cell phone for several days, held by Daddy. I was really locked in the room and couldn't come out," said LUNE. Then no more words came out of LUNE's mouth because he couldn't say anything. The next horrific one where she lost her baby in the accident. Louis hugged him and kissed the top of his head. Thea, who was sitting behind LUNE, seemed to be rubbing her arm. "This is the most tragic thing that happened in his family, and now you are preventing me from getting my revenge. Because he is my life, wasted for 5 years, continued LUNE. "No, we are not stopping you. We want you to still be able to think logically and not act reckless," said Thea. "Am I wrong if I want him dead?" LUNE replied, "We're sorry, darling. But we don't want you to become evil and a murderer. That's because we love you, and that's not you," said Thea. Chapter 44. Thea ordered Louis to calm LUNE down in the room. "He will take care of it, the rest." Even though LUNE didn't like it, LUNE was very disappointed with what Louis and his family did. He judged that they protected Claire even though what Claire did was truly evil. LUNE didn't talk to Louis at all and just stayed in the room. "You didn't touch your food at all," said Louis. LUNE didn't answer and just looked at the window. Louis puts LUNE on, 3rd floor room, and it looked like a prison to LUNE. Louis drew closer to LUNE. "Are you angry that we took over your grudge against Claire?" Louis asked. LUNE still didn't answer. Louis grabbed LUNE's shoulder and LUNE blocked his hand. "Hard, don't touch me," LUNE said in a voice that sounded angry. "I don't want to get your hands dirty because of this." "Let me finish it," said Louis. LUNE didn't answer anything and just remained silent, not avoiding Louis's gaze. "What will Mommy do to Claire?" Thea asked. "I don't know. Mommy is still confused because it's impossible for us to kill him." "We're not," murderer answered Thea. "What he did was very evil, and I think releasing him into the forest is a punishment. Not bad," said Thea. "You think Daddy will agree?" "Daddy might just make his family bankrupt," answered Thea, who was still pacing back and forth. "He's been keeping Big Sis apart from LUNE for years, and even because his evil mouth made their baby die before my sister even knew. I just take over this case. I'm not that close to him, so it will be easier for me than Mom." "Ah yes, please pick up the children at Paris' house, Mom," said Thea, stood up and walked towards the door. Thea didn't hold back Thea and let Thea take care of it because of Thea's emotions, at least more stable than LUNE. Thea went to the hospital where Claire was being treated. There were Rillian and Jared still waiting inside there. "How is the condition?" Thea asked. It's getting better and the wound isn't too deep, answered Rillian, Vea's husband. What will Daddy do with him? Vea asked. We'll leave it to LUNE, answered Jared. Daddy, are you sure? Vea asked. Yes, only he has the right. Jared answered. Sister will agree? Vea asked. Then what next? Vea asked. Leave him alone because Daddy has already called his family, answered Jared. Vea looked at Rillian and shrugged his shoulders at his wife. It's none of our business anymore, said Rillian, taking Vea's hand. I should have dragged him from the bed to the front parking lot first, said Vea. Just drag me to bed, answered Rillian. You don't need to tell me that, said Vea. Rillian chuckled, then put his arm around Vea's shoulder and they walked out of the house together. Hospital. Upon arrival at the mansion, Vea headed to LUNE's room on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Louis opened the door to his room and saw Vea. What is it? Louis asked. Daddy called you. I'll be here looking after LUNE, answered Vea. Louis then left the room and Vea went inside. Vea saw LUNE sitting by the window and looking outside. Hi, long time no see. We only met once, so we don't know each other well. And, my sister is quite closed about talking about her personal life, said Vea. LUNE didn't answer anything. Come out, he's in the hospital. You can do anything to him, said Vea. LUNE looked at Vea and they were still staring at each other. Chapter 45. LUNE stood up and immediately left the room. This is my car key. Use this, said Vea. LUNE was silent and did not take the car keys. Can you take me? I don't drive anymore, answered LUNE. Okay, said Vea, and they left together. They both went down the stairs together. Meanwhile, Thea and Jared talked to Louis in the study. What are you going to do with him? Vea asked on the way to the hospital. Is killing him enough? LUNE replied. It was too easy for him. He only felt the suffering in the world for a moment, said Vea. Yes, you're right. Actually, I don't know what to do with him. My revenge, it's so big that I want to eliminate it. But I knew that after I did. I won't feel satisfied in the slightest, replied LUNE, looking outside window. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of the hospital grounds. LUNE didn't get off immediately, but sat quietly in the car. Think carefully about what you want to do, said Vea. LUNE nodded and got out of the car and went into the hospital to meet him. Claire, LUNE could calm down now. Then the woman seemed to turn and go inside. Emergency stairwell. LUNE sat on the steps and seemed to be contemplating something. He thought for a long time until finally leaving the room, LUNE walked calmly towards Claire's treatment room. LUNE opened the door and saw Claire wake up when he entered the room. You! What are you doing here? Claire shouted in panic. Are you afraid to see me? You didn't think I would come back again, did you? Said LUNE with a straight face and then sat on the chair next to the bed. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'd rather see you suffer. In what way? Just see me happy with Louis, and that will really happen, make you suffer. Claire, said LUNE, I will never let my guard down again. You will always be under my supervision. Louis never loved you. You're obsessed with him to the point of doing anything when he's around, a chance to destroy our relationship. Your life is very sad and, now your cunning efforts have broken into pieces. You're really broken now. You are hated by Louis and his entire family. You are hated by everyone closest to you, who was initially very sincere to you, including me. I thought of you as my brother, but it turns out you have a rotten heart and stabbed me. Behind until you make me disappear from Louis's sight, said LUNE. Still, speak calmly. I really hate you because you always get everything without any effort. I always envy you because you have everything I want. You have everyone. Claire shouted, crying. You're really scary, Claire. I don't know why Lana can be friends with people. You're as cunning as you are, said LUNE. You don't deserve Louis and only I deserve him, said Claire. LUNE laughed at that and then brought her face closer to Claire's. Even now you don't feel guilty about what you did to me. Focus your eyes on me. I will make you cry blood with seeing Louis and I's happiness. Oh yeah, I'm also waiting for you to finally commit suicide because couldn't reach Louis. Louis will always be with me forever. You dream dash. Do you dream of being Louis's? Don't dream, whispered LUNE in Claire's ear. I'm waiting for you to die by your own hands, bitch. LUNE whispered and pulled out the tube. The 4 was forced from Claire's hand until Claire screamed in pain. TCH, said LUNE. Then LUNE left there while Claire screamed for a nurse. Chapter 46. We go home? Bea asked. LUNE smiled crookedly. Can you take me to a boutique? I'm going to buy a wedding dress, answered LUNE, on Bea. Bea laughed at that. Good move and right on target. Let's go, said Bea, and she started her car. The direction of the boutique he subscribes to. What did you say to him? Bea asked LUNE. I was waiting for him to commit suicide when he saw me and Louis getting married, answered LUNE. Bea laughed again. No fist fights? Even though I really like that scene. There hasn't been any fist fights for a long time, hit our family. I miss my youth, said Bea. You're still young, Bea, said LUNE. Bea laughed a little. I just pulled out the 4 tube. TSK, I should have just rolled over the bed, said LUNE. I'll take you back to the hospital if you want to do that, said Bea. LUNE laughed at that. Are you a little relieved? Bea asked. Even though in my deepest heart I'm still very, very angry, answered LUNE. Bea held LUNE's hand. You can still make lots of babies with my brother, Bea said. LUNE laughed softly. That's why I want to marry her quickly. So that we can have a baby as soon as possible. And, which definitely binds him so that he doesn't carelessly get engaged to another woman if I do, lost again. Ah yes, look after him for me if I disappear. Because I will definitely come back again, LUNE said. Oh God. You think you can disappear again after this incident? Brother Louis won't, let it be. He's watching you with his sharp eagle eyes, answered Bea. I love him so much, said LUNE quietly. Yes, of course. And he's the first man to touch you, so of course you're very, love him. When are you doing it? Bea said matter-of-factly. Tisk, LUNE chuckled and hit Bea lightly on the arm. I think he can't wait to make love to you again. I can really see it in his eyes, he said. Bea is blunt. I will punish him first. Every time I kiss him I remember Claire. Imagine, for a year they kissed. LOL, disgusting. I'm still angry with him, he said. LUNE. Bea laughed at LUNE's funny words. We're here, said Bea when they arrived at a boutique. Then the 2 of them got out of the car and entered the boutique. He's safe with Bea. Bea will look after him, said Jared. What if he acts out of control again, Dad? Louis asked. I won't. Calm down, Thea replied casually. You're not going to see Claire? Jared asked. No, I'm so angry and will never see him again. Oh God, how could that be? I was stupid enough to believe that, said Louis frustrated. And my baby? Oh my, continued Louis, this way your relationship will get stronger. Next time you should always involve it. Family is in your troubles, Louis. You're too sure you can handle it on your own, Jared said. I should have listened to Daddy at that time. Louis answered, Has Vaya given the news? Louis asked Thea. Yes, LUNE is fine, and they are shopping. Thea answered, What? Shopping? He chose shopping with Vaya rather than with me, said Louis, amazed. Maybe that will make him calmer and Mommy will think that LUNE is still angry with you, even though you are actually innocent in this matter. But he was quite disappointed in you because thinks you are unfaithful to him. That's normal for women who usually have a harder time forgetting. He hurts, said Thea. Fighting, son, said Jared, patting Louis on the shoulder and getting up from his chair and embracing him, Thea's waist. Chapter 47. Louis came out of the mansion and decided to meet LUNE, who Vaya had brought him to, a shopping place. Louis. Someone shouted, and the one who called him was Claire. Louis looked at Claire, who was still wearing a hospital gown and her head was bandaged. Louis didn't care about that and walked to his car. Then Claire ran and held Louis's hand. Listen to me first. What LUNE said is not true. LUNE never said that. She is pregnant with me. That's not true. He just wants to separate us, Louis, said Claire, with her tears. Louis roughly let go of Claire's hand and stared at her sharply. You're truly disgusting, Claire. You've been fooling me all this time. You thought I would trust you again? Your whiny face makes me fooled by your rotten nature, Louis snapped. Louis didn't want to wait too long with Claire, and he opened the car door. Louis, LUNE doesn't deserve you. She's a wild woman. It could be the child she's carrying, not your son, said Claire while pulling Louis's shirt. Plaque, how dare you say that? Louis shouted after slapping him hard on the cheek. Claire, why you've never been this rude to me before, said Claire while crying. You heartless and very selfish human. Louis snapped. I'm sure it's not your child, because LUNE often hangs out with lots of men, complained Claire. Hearing this, Louis became very angry and furious. Louis grabbed Claire's neck and threw her onto the grass until Claire fell. Once again you say that about LUNE, you will die. Louis said angrily, and he said, doesn't care even if he has to do violence to Claire, because he considers her a woman. It is the devil incarnate, and I consider you dead from today. I assume I have never known a creature evil like you, said Louis coldly. Louis got into his car feeling angry and then left there, leaving Claire still on the grass. Thea watched from a distance and just folded her arms in front of her chest. Then Claire looked at Thea and cried as if asking for help, but Thea turned around and went into the mansion and closed the door. If I didn't know you so well, I would really exile you in the forest, wilderness, Claire, muttered Thea in a whisper behind the large door. Claire cried uncontrollably in the front yard of the mansion. The business has been going on for years. Approaching Louis was destroyed instantly by the arrival of LUNE. LUNE ruins his perfectly arranged life. Claire even has, dreaming of living with Louis in the mansion with their children in the future, but that dream was shattered. Claire was still screaming in the yard because of her frustration. Mansion security finally took Claire back to the hospital. They looked after the woman until her family came to pick her up at New Hospital. York. Louis cursed all the way because he was angry with Claire. Louis temporarily parked his car on the side of the road and rested his forehead on it, over the hand that rests on the steering wheel. It. He swears again. Louis tried to calm himself and calm his anger. He didn't want to drive, in a state full of emotion. You won't be able to come into my life and LUNE's life again. I'll make sure of that, Louis muttered softly.